The Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt.
Present.
Birdwell.
Present.
LaMattia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Saffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Here. Quorum is present. Senators and those participating, we have an aggressive agenda this morning. We hope we can get through all the bills before the floor session, but if not, it hopefully won't be too long if we have to come back. We do have pending business from last week, and it's our intent to vote at 1 o'clock. I know there are many meetings going on. Members are in and out. Finance is voting on the budget today, article by article, but we'll plan to gather at 1 o'clock to vote on pending business, including business from today. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1446. Senators, I have two bills on similar topics. I want to start by laying out the problem that both bills are responding to. And 1446 is the one we're on at this time. Obviously, social and political change historically in America comes through the democratic process, political process, right? You elect people in the Congress and state legislatures that believe like you believe, and if you get a majority, you win, and your ideas are put out there. We elect representatives, and when enough people agree there's a problem, we address it. And this process is deliberate. It takes a while. It's difficult, but that's how our founders designed it. But over the last decade or so, frustrated by a lack of satisfactory progress at the government, at the democratic level, groups of shareholder activists, starting in Europe and now in the U.S., have begun to instigate change by other means, corporations and corporate boardrooms. Groups of activists have been very organized in orchestrating these efforts. They give them opaque alphabet soup names, and they work behind the scenes through corporate governance mechanisms that are unfamiliar to most of us, folks who are just trying to save for retirement. In capitalist countries, corporations historically have had only one guiding principle, and that's shareholder returns. Their job is to maximize wealth for their shareholders. Of course, many factors go into this effort, but if you go back just 50 years or so, most would agree that the only material factor to a company was making money for the shareholders. The shareholders would then decide what to do with that money and what to do with politics or not to do with politics. More recently, though, starting in Europe, progressive activists introduced and pushed the concept of double materiality. The idea is that making money is one goal, but it is balanced by an equally important second goal, which is corporate citizenship and global welfare. Now, you probably won't be surprised to know that the behaviors and outcomes that make you a good corporate citizen happen to be the pet projects of the progressive activists that are pushing this doctrine. Companies are encouraged to support liberal social positions and developing technologies, and discouraged from traditionally conservative positions and disfavored technologies like oil and gas, for example. By now, almost all of us have heard the terms, the acronym ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors. And this has become the shorthand nomenclature for scoring or evaluating how good a company is, not unlike a social credit score in communist China. These groups have gone a long way about imposing their agenda on corporate behavior in two major ways. First of all, they set up global climate initiatives, or GCIs, and they've applied immense pressure through social media, federal and state political channels, and various governmental incentives for corporations, especially banks and investment managers, to join these groups. And second, they've organized and funded activist shareholder groups who buy shares in companies and then force other shareholders, like our pension systems, to vote on these proposals. I want to tell you how both of these affect our state's money, because our focus here is Texas as a market participant. Where Texas pension funds, where pension funds created by political subdivisions of the state of Texas are involved, that's our concern. I'll start with shareholder proposals, which are a focus of both of the bills on this topic this morning. I'm sure you know how this process works, but the simplest version of an explanation, anyone who owns a share in a company can propose a policy for the company to put to a vote of all the shareholders. In the past, many of these proposals never got a vote because the board of the corporation did not have to take a vote on every proposal. Now, though, any proposal of general application can get a vote. Now, back in December of 2020, the Department of Labor under President Trump adopted rules requiring plans fiduciaries, that is, people investing money on behalf of the plan, requiring them to consider only the financial interest, the pecuniary interest of beneficiaries, and forbidding them from subordinating those interests to other non-financial benefits, such as environmental, hiring, governance practices, potentially implicated by such votes. Now, that's all it did. It just said you need to make as much money as you can for those people who are relying on you, but not invest for other reasons, not based on politics or social causes, left or right or center. Now, when the new administration came in, the Biden administration, they unwound that rule, and instead they specifically said that plans can consider ESG factors in investing. Now, here's how bad this rule turned out to be. A week ago, President Biden issued his first veto. Did you hear about this? Because Congress passed a bill to override the new Biden administration rule. Now, they can't agree on a budget or pass anything or agree on anything, but they did agree that you should invest people's retirement money to make those retirees money, not to pursue your political agenda. So that's how front and center this issue is. Under the current administration, these activist shareholder votes have really exploded. In 2022, in the 2022 proxy season, 607 shareholder resolutions were filed on environmental, social, and governance issues, up 22% from the year before. And as of July of last year, 266 resolutions had been withdrawn following negotiations between shareholders and management, up from 223. A higher number of withdrawals tells us what? Well, that suggests that the shareholders, these activist shareholders, are getting more successful at pressuring companies to act without even having to take a vote. A leader of one of the activist groups says this, quote, "With the political dysfunction making it hard to get anything done, those who want things to happen go to actors who can, which is often large companies," unquote. So this is not what I'm saying about activist shareholders. This is what they say about themselves. That was Heidi Welsh, Executive Director of the Sustainable Investments Institute, part of the Proxy Preview Project. Now, pension systems like ours, teacher retirement system, employee retirement system, our state and our county and municipal retirement systems, they cast thousands of proxy votes every year. This volume makes it very difficult to do it in-house. So they hire proxy advising firms, which are really, there are only two of those in the U.S., and these firms make recommendations to investors on how they ought to vote on various proposals. As you will recall from previous hearings of this committee, our own systems let their guard down and voted for some of these activist initiatives. ERS, Employee Retirement System, voted on a Bank of America proposal to limit lending for oil and gas exploration. So Employee Retirement System of Texas, shares belonging to that pension fund were voted in favor of a Bank of America resolution that said we want to limit future oil and gas exploration. And not long after that, Teacher Retirement System voted for a Lowe's proposal that had to do with the Texas heartbeat law and critical of states that had passed pro-life legislation. Again, we're not advocating that these companies should be taking conservative positions, but that they should stay out of politics. These shares being voted on behalf of the people of Texas. Insurance companies have also been a focus of these proposals. Proposals have been designed to force companies to limit or even refrain from insuring oil and gas businesses, to maintain data on the emissions of insured companies, or to have favored or unfavored certain insureds based on the social positions that they take. And that's going to be in the next bill that we'll talk about. Now, most of the time, these proposals are opposed by the company's boards because the boards are required by law to have the best interest of the company and the shareholders in mind rather than social or political considerations. And that's only part of the equation. Like-minded activists also push these large investment managers and banks to use their wealth to push a similar agenda. Now, the biggest three financial services firms, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, control over $20 trillion in assets. Of course, that's other people's money. That's 401ks and state pension funds and other people who are trusting these firms to invest their money on their behalf. In fact, these three firms are the biggest shareholder in 90% of public companies in America, 90%. And talking about these shareholder votes that are cast at the annual meeting, these three firms cast 20 to 25% of all shareholder votes. Now, back in 2020, Larry Fink, the CEO and chairman of BlackRock, wrote an open letter to other CEOs that he called, quote, a fundamental reshaping of finance. And he wrote this: climate change has become a defining factor in companies' long-term prospects. And we are on the edge of a fundamental reshaping of finance that is compelling investors to reassess core assumptions. Those are quotes from his letter. Also in January 2020, BlackRock joined a group called Climate Action 100 and later joined other organizations like Net Zero Asset Managers and Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ. The GFANZ website said this in November of last 21 to its members. It says its members committed over $130 trillion, with a T, in capital to transforming the economy to net zero. That $130 trillion, of course, includes money that belongs to other people, very likely our pension funds, our state retirement systems. And of course, Mr. Fink and BlackRock weren't the only ones. In November of 2020, the CEO of State Street Global Advisors, another large asset manager, wrote this: why are we joining Climate Action 100? He said State Street's reason for joining is, quote, to work not only side by side on these issues, but hand in hand, and, quote, to work closely with other asset managers and asset owners to scale our impact on climate change risks, unquote. Now why does this matter? With all these firms combined as members of these climate initiatives, these organizations can steer policy for trillions of dollars in assets. And if you join one of these groups, your membership requires a commitment to take certain actions. In fact, in a letter from the Attorney General to BlackRock, our Attorney General notes that by joining Net Zero Asset Managers, BlackRock committed to, quote, implement a stewardship and engagement strategy with a clear escalation and voting policy that is consistent with our ambition for all assets under management to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 or sooner, unquote. Now, this is independent of any evaluation of profit or returns, but just off the top, committed to a certain policy, regardless of what that means for profits for the shareholders to whom the money belongs. These groups then establish target or focus companies, and they strong-arm them into approved corporate behaviors. And this affects the Texas economy more broadly. Many of the companies that are targets or focuses, when they want to be nice, of Climate Action 100 and similar organizations are energy or utility companies headquartered or having a major presence in Texas. ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and companies like that employ thousands of people. What it boils down to is they want to use retiree money, private or public, to buy shares and then use those shares to pressure corporate boards into action that is against the interest of those same retirees. Who could make the argument that it's in the best interest of Texas and the Texas economy to oppose oil and gas exploration? As just one example. Now, those who've been on the committee for a while recall that last May, this committee met and talked with ERS and TRS at this table about some of the issues and the way the pension systems vote and the shares they own on these shareholder propositions, proposals, and initiatives. And at that hearing, the committee authorized me to pursue the production of documents from these companies, and if needed, to issue subpoenas to compel production of documents and the appearance of witnesses. Senate committees have this authority, and in fact, Senator Safferini has used this in higher education in the past. It's not used very often. And so, in August, we sent letters to BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, those three firms with controlling so much assets, and ISS, the major proxy advising firm, asking for the production of certain categories of documents. And we spent last year in pretty much continuous communication with law firms for each of the companies, And each of the companies did provide documents. We did have to issue a subpoena to BlackRock requiring several classes of documents that they had not produced. Since that time, they've given us those documents as well. And in December, BlackRock, State Street, and ISS all came to Marshall, a couple of us were there, and answered questions before the committee. The bills before us today are part of the fruit of those efforts, and they make sure that the money that Texas teachers and other public employees have worked so hard over the course of their careers is invested as it should be, to make sure that the funds can meet the promises we've made. That's really what this is about. And so the bills before us today, Senate Bill 1060 we'll get to in a moment, is specific to the insurance industry, but here's what Senate Bill 1446, the bill before us first, does. It does three main things. First of all, it says anyone who manages money for a public pension system has to commit to consider only financial factors in investing money, meaning they have to commit to try to maximize returns for retirees. That's what their job is, not to invest based on social or political factors. Then the second part of the bill is directed at proxy advisory firms. It says any proxy advisory firm a public pension system uses has to provide a voting policy that focuses on making money for retirees, for the clients. And third, this bill is going to require substantial reporting so the retirees can see what companies are investing in their money, whether those companies are publicly committing to use money they manage for non-financial purposes, and how their shares are being voted. Again, these shares belong to those retirees. The bill applies only to contracts for services signed on or after the effective date of the act, as all of our legislation does. And so the systems have time to replace their service providers if necessary without incurring any penalties. I do have a substitute, which I'll now lay out, which makes a few changes. First of all, the substitute separates the way the bill treats investment managers versus proxy advisory firms, right? Investment managers, they have the money directly to invest. Proxy advising firms are the one that advise TRS and ERS how to vote shares that TRS and ERS hold. So those are separate roles, and the bill separates the way those are treated. And second, it makes several changes related to voting shares. It says that for a system to use a proxy advisory firm, the firm has to offer a policy that is focused on profit only, and that focus is carried out by defaulting to voting with the recommendation of the independent board of directors rather than the proxy advisory firm's opinion. The proxy advisory firm is there to look at the company, make sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and then to make recommendations, not to inject their politics, left or right, into the equation. If the proxy advisory firm recommends a vote against the board, it must have completed an economic analysis that shows the vote is economically beneficial for the system. As you'll note, the thread running through all this is returns for retirees and investors as opposed to politics. The substitute also says that public systems that do not use an advisor but instead have their investment managers vote their own shares must require the managers to vote the system shares with the independent boards of the companies. And if they don't, the manager has to complete an economic analysis showing the departure is beneficial financially. And third, the substitute strikes the portion of the bill that was changing the duty of care for various systems. This was a drafting change that was never requested to begin with, and the duty of care for each system has been in place for a long time, so we don't want to mess with that. This bill does not substantially alter the duty. It just clarifies that it must be implemented to maximize returns for retirees. And fourth, it says a pension system that has hired a manager that is not complying with their duty under the law can sue the manager to enforce the law. There are no damages, just an injunction with attorney's fees so that investment managers comply. Members, you're really familiar with this topic, but it can get complicated. So thank you for permitting me the long layout, and I will yield for your questions. And we do have some invited testimony and they're really smart, and they can shine light on these things. Senator Bettencourt.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Given our experience in Marshall, Texas, I think this bill is great. I think the fact that you're recognizing the two different roles between proxy and investment. And if there's no questions, I think we should just go ahead and vote it out.
Senator, we have resource witnesses here from the Employee Retirement System of Texas, Teacher Retirement System of Texas, and the Pension Review Board. Let's call them at this time. And Senator Zaffarini has some questions. We have 5 chairs and microphones down there, so someone may have to switch out or... Okay, we'll just go from right to left. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then we'll have some questions.
My name is David Veal. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Porter Wilson, the Executive Director of the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
Mr. Chair and members, I'm Amy Cardona, the Executive Director of the Pension Review Board, and I also have our investment analyst, Robert Munter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Brian Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Teacher Retirement System.
Hello, I'm Jay Sabi. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of the Teacher Retirement System.
Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you. I'll just ask the question and see who would like to answer. I had them for ERS and TRS, but if anybody else would like to answer, that's fine. To begin with, what qualifications, criteria, or experience do you consider when you hire an investment manager to help you manage investments on behalf of Texans?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We consider a variety of factors in terms of the profitability of the company, the validity of the investment, and whether or not it's going to be the good fit for our portfolio. We have a goal based upon our investment policy statement adopted by the board to maximize investment returns while controlling risk. And so everything that we do in terms of evaluating companies are considered through that lens.
I'll defer to our Chief Investment Officer, but I will say all of the goals and objectives of what we look for in managers are articulated in a policy, an investment policy that's adopted by our Board of Trustees, but I'll let David speak specifically to what the provisions of that policy are.
And that policy is very clear that we focus exclusively and solely on fiduciary factors, and so that is to the goal of maximizing returns for the beneficiaries.
So is it your testimony then that your governing body considers only financial factors when discharging your duties for the plan, or do you also consider or take any action to further social, political, or ideological interests?
No, that's correct. That's the only thing they take into consideration.
That is your testimony, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Regarding investment standard question, is this bill needed to ensure your investment policies and practice are focused on maximizing returns?
I'll take that. I mean, no. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, that's what we do. That is our exclusive objective. That's how we exercise and execute our responsibility. So, I mean, in absence of this bill, I mean, that's what we have been doing. That's what we will intend to do.
Thank you. What impact would this bill have on your ability to generate returns for your beneficiaries?
So we have not had an opportunity to look at the committee substitute in detail. And looking at the introduced bill, we could not estimate the impact, but we look forward to working with the chair and the committee as the bill is refined.
Thank you. Regarding proxy voting, how easily could you comply with the additional proxy vote requirements outlined in the bill?
So I'll take that, and I'll also defer to Jace, my CIO. We already have a custom statement that we use, or a policy with ISS that we use to vote our shares. That custom policy has been refined a number of times just in the recent past to make sure that accidents that happened that were laid out when the chairman laid out his bill don't happen again. And we believe that we have a good policy in place moving forward that will help guide those votes.
Anyone else?
Go ahead, David.
So yes, we comply with the requirements as they're set forth. We post our proxy votes publicly. We have a custom policy like TRS that aims to ensure fiduciary only practices. In fact, that's what's carved into policy.
Well, this bill would require you to publicly post your proxy votes 24 hours before casting them. Can you do that? Do you have the staff and the time to do that? In terms of, for example, how many proxy votes do you cast per year?
So currently, ERS casts about 30,000 proxy votes per year. I do think there would be some technical adaptations required to post those in advance, but I think we could handle that.
We'll also note the use of the phrase "if possible" in the bill, which will be quite helpful as we implement in the early years, because as David mentioned, it will be a significant technological lift for us to put that in place. So we definitely appreciate that forbearance, especially in the early years as we implement.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's been a shift since the Marshall hearing from people that are willing to look at Texas energy projects and also able to understand that that's an integral part of what we're doing here in the state. If anyone would like to comment on that, because I think that not only are you all past making those issued mistakes, but I think there's also a recognition among the major providers that they either have to change some of their offerings, or that they're certainly willing to make accommodations for what is really the biggest market in the country when it comes to energy projects. Would you all agree?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I would say that the needle has moved significantly just in the past year in that environment. When working with ISS, we noticed over a year ago that their benchmark policy that was being employed for most public systems was tilting towards a more activist approach towards some of these shareholder votes. We pressed them to make changes. We have adopted, as I mentioned, a custom policy that's in place now. But since the Marshall hearing, and particularly just in the months preceding that and since then, ISS has created what is now called a global board-aligned policy, which we believe focuses solely on financial factors and is something that I wouldn't say they were resisting it in the past, but they certainly were not moving as rapidly on it as they are now.
Yeah, we had advocated that new product line for ISS, which they are launching, and thank you very much for the help in that. It had been something we had advocated for a while. We believe that this new policy, for example, would help with that issue that the chairman had identified from last year. This new policy would have prevented that. We've also seen movement in many other places. BlackRock and State Street, for example, are allowing indirect voting, where even down to the retail level, individuals will be able to vote proxies by looking through index funds, and they're rolling that out to us as well. So we're seeing a significant movement. Obviously, Vanguard withdrew from the Net Zero initiative. We have 211 managers total. We took a look at them. The percentage of assets that we've managed that have signed the big three agreements. So, a Net Zero, the UN's Principles for Responsible Investment, and Climate Action 100+, 60% of our managers have signed at least one of those. We've seen movement so far. We saw Vanguard withdraw from Net Zero. Haven't seen a lot of movement from other managers on that area. But the market is moving, and I think it does take time for the market to react to a lot of these actions.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds as if, based on the testimony I've heard so far, that you are already focusing on generating the best returns for your members, the retirees who are depending on those returns, and for Texans. Thinking about that, is there a potential for any unintended consequences if this bill were not to be, and I know you just received the committee sub, so as you review it, that it be written carefully as you think about that? I sometimes think because the lawyers who draft this legislation sometimes have the best of intentions, but unfortunately, when you translate things into practice, it doesn't always work. So as I ask you to review it, I want you all to look at them and ask, whether there should be a prescriptive fashion or maybe something more principles-based in order to make sure that we don't create anything like the phrase in particular, when possible or if possible, that was helpful. But anything like that would allow you not to have any unintended consequences or cost in particular. If this is about maximizing the returns to the retirees, which I agree with, we need to make sure we don't, have any pitfalls. And so if you all please review those and get back to us on what we can do, because I know that you guys, being state employees aren't allowed to lobby, but we are asking for you for any potential pitfalls that you may encounter or see that might be something that we can improve the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, any other questions for our resource witnesses? Thank you each for being here and for continuing to work with us in this process. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Senator Saffirini, I'll say as we're preparing for our next witness, we are thankful that our ERS and TRS and our pension systems do have these goals. This bill is to make sure that the managers they hire also have those same goals. So it should line things up a little better. But thank you for your questions. Thank you very much. The chair now opens testimony, invited testimony, calls the Honorable Wayne Christian. Honorable Christian, welcome him. I know you spent a lot of time in the other chamber, which is a beautiful place we're thankful for. Have you testified in the Senate chamber before? I should know this. I can't remember.
I don't remember this committee, no. I've not been guilty to be called to testify before, so you've done it all.
Well, welcome. We know you. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Glad to have you.
Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Wayne Christian. I am Texas Railroad Commissioner. It's an honor to be here, and I want to thank you for the good work that you're doing to defend Texas. I would like to, basically, Chairman Hughes has made the case better than I possibly could, and I'll try not to repeat anything, but I'll be guilty of. But I can give you a little experience. Having spent about 50 years in banking and financial services and insurance, I'm on the board now of an international company that's we're hoping to enter a new mutual fund in the United States. So I have a little bit of, it was my day job to pay for my habit of being in the Texas House for about 14 years. And I had to make a living. My wife kind of insisted that occur. $600 a month doesn't pay the bills, as some of you are well aware. So it's from that perspective I come. Let me real quickly say, I think it's very important to understand that we are under a situation which is an international movement. It is a national movement to shut down oil and gas in Texas. Right now, Texas is the leading supplier, the leading regulator for oil and gas in the free world. Understand our position there. Since the federal government has restricted the production, Texas is now 60% and 40% of oil and natural gas. The LNG ports we're building right now in the coast are going to increase by 4 times the amount of liquefied natural gas that we export around the world. We are the hope for Europe. We are the hope for the free world. And I think many times we bypass what the good Lord has awarded us in the state of Texas. When I first was elected in 2017, we discovered the largest field of oil and gas in history in the Permian Basin. It became larger and larger as we explored and researched, and now it's over 230 billion barrels estimated, an equivalent amount of natural gas. It's enough oil and gas to power the United States with clean, plentiful, reliable, and cheap energy for the next 200 years. So Texas is a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous place of leadership. The Railroad Commission of Texas, I'm sure you're all aware, and sadly many Texans are not, we have nothing to do with railroads. We regulate oil, gas, coal, the chemicals the good Lord has given us in the ground, and those gifts that we have. We take care of it from the time we find it till we pump it, we distribute it, we get it to the refiners or get it to the electric generating companies, we get it to the homes all across the state of Texas, and that's our job, basically, delivery and production of those minerals. As one of the 7 elected officials in the state that are statewide officials, my constituents of about estimated 30 million legally now in the state of Texas, it is my duty to report to you what I feel I found in my time in the legislature and where I feel we're under attack, and what I appreciate your hard work and what's going on. The Railroad Commission of Texas is 140 plus years old now. The oldest regulatory agency by our constitutionally founded is absolutely respected worldwide. Forbes magazine says the Railroad Commission of Texas is beyond doubt the most respected regulatory agency for oil and gas on planet Earth. So we have a lot to be proud of in Texas. I don't think we need to be ashamed of that. We also need to be very proud that the Railroad Commission of Texas was one of the first environmental activist groups in the nation. I remember in the part of East Texas where Senator Hughes and I both live was back during the Big Inch and Little Inch pipeline that came out of Kilgore, Texas, distributed 80% of the oil to our allied forces. Winston Churchill, I have the poster that says it was the sea of oil from East Texas that helped win World War II. And because of that, Kilgore, those towns, we had no restrictions on drilling. There were definitely communities that were being torn up by oil derricks in every yard, muddy roads. It was just a mess. They were drilling oil everywhere they could, any way they could, no restrictions on pumping. And it was first the Texas Railroad Commission that came in and did restrictions, cleaning up spacing, limited production. And so quite frankly, the state of Texas led the way in the world for cleaning up oil and gas production and being environmental stewards. And I think that's something that gets very lost in the consideration that you hear in the media and represented by the government and by, sadly, many of our oil and gas companies that fail, I believe, to tell the truth, the whole truth. Economically to the state of Texas, I'm sure you're aware, oil and gas is responsible for all the rainy day fund, all the permanent school fund, all the higher education fund, and it is largely responsible for a large part of the overage that we're enjoying right now in Texas. In fact, according to the Texas Oil and Gas Association, the industry provided a record $25 billion in taxes and royalties last year and over $200 billion over the last 15 years. So it's very important that we defend oil and gas in Texas. When I first came in as an old banker, I wanted to figure out, okay, what was it really paying the legislature? I'd served in a number of years. What were we really returning over time? And so they did a calculation for me, and for every dollar that the legislature funds the Railroad Commission, currently the state receives $78. When I first came in, it was about $56, so it's done quite well to increase that return. I called my friend, our friend, Glenn Hager, and I said, Hager, if the legislature don't want to make accommodations for that 172, 78 return, I said, we could do some state bonding situation, guarantee pretty good return to the investor and return it pretty clean. But I'm very proud of what Texas has done. We should all be. This is Texas, very different from any other state, really any other nation. And so real quickly, let me go pass away bragging on the Railroad Commission in Texas and let you know my big concern is the war on the state of Texas to shut down oil and gas production, period. It's undeniable. There's a group called the World Economic Forum that people that are not exactly friends, I believe, of us, including George Soros, Mr. Lawrence Fink, Larry Fink, that has been mentioned in Chairman Hughes' comments, and some of the others of the people who've testified, who is now currently the largest residential purchaser in our metropolitan areas with his BlackRock Financial. But they've started, and let me kind of, as an old businessman, kind of acquaint what's going on here, and has been mentioned. Both the President of the United States and these folks have announced that their desire and the direction we're moving is called stakeholder capitalism. Right now we enjoy shareholder capitalism. We have free market capitalism. What is being done on Wall Street and around the world and by these external forces, and they are succeeding currently with this ESG funding, is they're accomplishing that we're moving from shareholder capitalism, which is all your fund managers that were here before you, represent the citizens of Texas, retirees, school teachers, all these folks that we are concerned about, want to make sure they make profits. And that's the current shareholder capitalism. What they want, and the president has announced, is stakeholder capitalism, that the corporations no longer work for the shareholders directly. Primarily, they work for the stakeholders. The question then becomes, who are the stakeholders? And currently, the stakeholders are the political elitists, the financial elitists, and special interest organizations. Those thus far have been identified. But what that leaves out is the shareholder. It's been mentioned, okay, what about the profits that should go to the shareholders? I believe you'll take Mr. Fink and his organization raised about $40 to $50 million to purchase, technically, 3 to 4 seats on Exxon's board of directors. Now that's, I call, interference with financial institutions and the direct management of this corporation that's very important to the state of Texas, and that's not just Exxon it's happening to. So there is a move of mixing government and corporate relationship. I think it's been titled the woke movement, and it's mixing corporate interest with governmental authority. That's why I commend you. What you're doing as a legislature, and I commend you for it, is you're taking your place to defend the shareholder, the citizens, against this takeover by external corporations of their free market retirement accounts, their savings accounts, and what has made America different in this superpower of earth. Let me close with this. Both chambers in the United States Congress passed $372 billion, I believe, give or take a few dollars, a little package that is coming to us, whose intent is to shut down oil and gas. We haven't really suffered part of that. Understand this ESG history. When I first, again, took the position, I was before one of our largest gas transfer corporations. And that corporation had their annual meeting. They allowed me to speak to the board, but their Wall Street representative spoke to us. And this was back in 2020, I believe, or 2018, in that time period. And he acquainted to me that we had just discovered the Permian Basin, and that on Wall Street that Mr. Fink and Mr. Gore and some others were showing these films of all the flaring that was going on in the Permian Basin. And they were saying we were destroying the atmosphere in Texas, and they needed these environmental, social, and governance funds. Literally, Texas was the example they were using to establish these funds to shut down oil and gas. And from that, we, in the Railroad Commission, I appointed a task force, and we started limiting flaring in the state of Texas just because of what the appearance was of it. Now, the facts you need to know is all of this created over Texas flaring. Texas flaring, when I first came in the Railroad Commission about 7 years ago, was 2.7%, a little under 3%. Of all the gas being produced in the state of Texas, it was at worst under 3%. We have moved in the state of Texas over the last several years since the Railroad Commission has been working toward decreasing flaring. Currently, flaring is less than 1%. And yet you still hear these groups talk about methane and the methane loss and the troubles methane is going to be. I challenge you in any business or any agency that you have in this state, if the problem is less than 1% in any area, you pretty well think there may be some other problems that might calculate your attention more than less than 1%. And frankly, it's not been the government that has fixed this. It's the private industry. And almost every time, sadly, and I'm a part of government, at any time we try to do things versus the free market sector, folks, it's not nearly as good, nearly as clean, nearly as cheap, and nearly as profitable. We face that same threat right now that many of our companies, many of our friends, and many of the people we talk with here are for a lower carbon future for oil and gas. That we need to lower the carbon. Carbon is a big threat. I would ask you to do some research. I'll be happy to provide you with some research that I've done on that carbon clean situation. And quite frankly, carbon dioxide is something that it takes for humans and plants to live. If plants don't have it, they can't breathe, they dry up, and you don't have food. The past 15 years, we've had a larger amount of CO2 than many times in history, and yet we've seen 1/3, 15% increase worldwide of greening, which means more food, more plants, more moisture than before. And yet we find ourselves, I believe, with a false scenario that carbon reduction is necessary for mankind to survive, or the world's going to blow up. By the way, I've lived through now 4 Armageddons in my lifetime that the environmentalists, the IPCC, and others have said the world was coming to an end 4 different times. And so I've done pretty good 4 Armageddons so far. But it's amazing that we now are looking at the news, our presidency, our entire government telling us that we can't do something that helps mankind. It's a new religion worshiping Mother Earth. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, the company's lost around $4 billion in assets the last year or so. That's really sad, but you got to understand, at his best, when the market was up about 2 years ago, his wealth in those funds was 11 trillion with a T on it, dollars. And so when he came to Texas telling us that they were really friends to oil and gas and they had, I forget how many $100 billion in oil and gas, You divide that into 10 trillion, it's not exactly a large percentage of his worth. The other problem is the fact that we're interfering with direct management of people's money. These fund managers that were sitting around the table here are very interested and understand their job is to make the most for their shareholders or for the people of the state of Texas and the teachers and all of this. They can do that, but they do not control how the funds are made up, how the investments are packaged. That's what's being attacked above our pay grade. What's happening is, for example, these ESG funds came an article just about 2 weeks ago. And the funds are being prepackaged, and there's about 1/3 of the fund themselves that are already identified as being, quote, ESG. Now, understand there's no official ESG definition, no such animal as ESG in legal reference, and the managers that are of these funds are supposed to be under fiduciary standards to work for the shareholders, for their investors. But all of a sudden, only 1/3 is ESG, which means every one of these funds, and I believe there was around 264 funds that claim to be ESG. Well, last week, they found that 1/3 of the funds being the same investment, it did away with the reason we have mutual funds to start with, is after the Great Depression, about I believe it was 31, the first mutual fund was created. And it was to diversify the investment. They guarantee that you can never have less than, I believe, 10% in any one company, in any mutual fund. It let diversification. It required professional management with fiduciary standards to work only for the shareholder, and it allowed those attributes. Well, if you have now in these ESG funds, only 1/3 is in every one of those 364 basic funds, because those have been identified as the only ones they can identify, you have decreased diversification, increased risk, decreased safety to every investor. Then the returns that these fiduciary standards are supposed to take care of to the shareholders, we have reduced that. In fact, the research shows in the last 10 to 15 years, had there been these ESG standards, it would have been a 20 to 40% less return on these investments. So in every angle, I support Senator Hughes' bill, the other fights that you're having here for defending Texas. And again, I remind you that this is one great part that we enjoy. Lastly, a lot of the argument we've done this last couple of years has been because of Storm Uri and the electric generation. I want you to be very careful to understand that gas is important in the state of Texas. We regulate the natural gas. But we need to also understand that gas is just 11% of the natural gas being produced in Texas goes to generate electricity. That means 89% on average of natural gas is to other purposes of the citizens of Texas, and none of the oil, which represents over 6,000 products and all inflation, gasoline inclusive. So this bill, I think, is important. I commend Senator Hughes and your work at this. And from the Railroad Commission, know that we're available to your offices for research. We do research for nationwide for people, and we certainly want to do it for you as senators and those that are here in this. Thank you for letting me speak on this, and I am for this amendment.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Senators, any questions for Commissioner Christian? Thanks for your work, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Chase Martin, Brent Bennett. Chase Martin and Brent Bennett. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brent Bennett with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Mr. Chairman, I think your layout pretty much said most of what I had intended to say, but I'll just add a couple of figures and graphics to it. In the testimony that's being passed out, there's just a graphic that kind of explains in a flowchart form kind of what the chairman laid out in terms of how there are collusive entities that are gathering together different market participants to try and collaborate and essentially enforce political agendas on the market. And so that is essentially the core of the problem. And then that agenda gets forced on public companies, and then through public companies, even through private companies, through vendor relationships and so on. So this is really a market-wide problem that we're trying to address. And we really commend the work of this committee over the past year, to get to the heart of what's going on, what is happening, what isn't happening, how are our pensions being involved in this. I think that, clearly, and as the second figure in my written testimony shows, there's been, because of our pensions have been using ISS policies, and they've actually been voting for more of these shareholder resolutions, or at least as many of the investment firms that Senate Bill 13 sought to point out as being, energy boycotters. So, again, this is just a function of, getting our investments and our proxy voting in the state aligned properly. And we really commend the pensions over the past, from what we just heard there and what we've observed. I think they've been doing a good job of trying to make sure that what they're doing is aligned with the will of the legislature and Texas voters. And also that, that they're basically, keeping things in check with their investments and proxy voting. The last two things I'll say is that I think this bill, as we read it, really kind of codifies what's in process and being done, and ensures that it's applied consistently. There's over 100 different pension systems in the state, so we want to ensure that the policies are applied consistently, and also that the reporting provisions we think are very important, because it's important that the state has transparency into the people of Texas have transparency into this. A lot of the investments that we have with a lot of firms like BlackRock and other firms that either are on the SB 13 list or should be on it are in illiquid investments, and often we're not able to divest from them. So we have to make sure that we are managing that money properly, that there's transparency into how it's being used and so on. So we think this bill does a good job of taking care of all those issues. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Hughes, I thought you did an amazing job explaining and laying out the bill. But I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this bill. My name is Chase Martin. I work with the Opportunity Solutions Project. It's a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that seeks to enhance individuals' paths to self-sufficiency. So we heard from the retirement folks about the people that have their money in the Texas retirement system. These are teachers, police officers, and firefighters who, after a career of public service to Texas citizens, have more than earned their financial security. I know we have a limited amount of time, so I want to just jump ahead a little bit. ESG investing typically yields lower returns, and it does not achieve its stated goals. A recent study demonstrated that out of 20,000 mutual funds representing over $8 trillion, regular funds outperformed ESG funds every time. Time and time again, ESG funds underperform the S&P 500, and ESG money managers typically charge 40% more in fees to their clients. So the bottom line is the financial futures of Texas teachers, firefighters, and police officers are not slush funds for political activists. If a private investor wants to lose money by promoting a social cause that they care about, that's their business. But we shouldn't ask those who teach our children, protect our streets, and save lives to gamble away their chance at prosperity to serve one side or the other of a political aisle. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for our witnesses? Senator Middleton.
I did. Hey, thank you, Chairman. Brent, do you think Wall Street is trending away from being free market, and at this point with their, obviously what we've heard about today with the ESG agenda, more focused on what Congress can do to provide them money through passing bills and essentially pushing that onto the taxpayer through various subsidies instead of focusing on what traditionally they've always focused on, which is free market returns and making sure that investor return is maximized?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Yes, I think that there's a real danger in the level of market concentration that we're seeing in a lot of sectors of finance. I think a lot of that is due to just the heavy regulatory environment being imposed on the industry. And that in turn, leads companies to seek further market advantage, and it also creates a lobbying constituency for whenever there are government handouts being made. It kind of facilitates more of that, right? As companies start to get more subsidies for X, Y, or Z activity, then they are going to become dependent on that and want more. And when there's market concentration, that also allows for companies to have a more kind of vested interest in seeking, their own benefit. We call it rent seeking, right? Versus, having a really competitive market. And so there's, especially I think, in the energy industry, that's a concern, where there's going to be companies that are becoming more reliant on, government handouts, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act that was just passed, and that's going to lead to, therefore, more of this kind of rent-seeking activity, and ESG is kind of in line with that, right? It's basically companies that are, it's investment firms lobbying companies to, enact these policies, but also, then go back and get the government to enact more policy. What the SEC is doing with climate disclosure rules is an outgrowth of all the activity that's been happening in the private sector, right? So now the SEC is getting into this, right? So I would say I don't know if I answered your question directly, but it's a lot of feedback loops that are happening here. And we need to stand apart from that in the state of Texas and make sure that we are not participating in that. And then the market will respond. As market participants, what we do matters. What the states collectively do matters. So I think the market is responding to that and will continue to if we do the right things.
And you think because of these things that are happening with market distortions that we need legislation like this to make sure that we're properly vetting these investments and making sure that investor returns is number one, and that we're not accidentally stumbling into something, or making sure there's full information for what we're supposed to do as a state to maximize investor returns for our retired teachers, our employee retirement system, our various state pensions. You think that increased scrutiny is much more important than ever, basically?
Yes, we agree that. I think this has always been a matter of state policy, a matter of our pension policies to maximize returns, but it's just that how that's done is becoming more muddy. As the chairman mentioned, there's these kind of attempt to muddy the waters in terms of what's material and what's not to maximizing returns, and that's done in order to insert politics into that equation. And so we think that there needs to be more clarity around that. And that's why this is necessary now, because it's something that we need to make sure that we are, especially in our relationships with our outside managers and our advisors and consultants, that we're being clear about what we want.
Thank you.
Yeah, just really quickly, I would say that it's good policy to focus on the fiduciary interests, but it's great law, to solidify it.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senators, any other questions for our witnesses? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Tom Glass, Robert Green, Stephen Gassenberger, Tyler Grossman, Gregory Porter. I see we have Tom Glass, Robert Green, Stephen Gassenberger, Tyler Grossman, Gregory Porter.
Mr. Chairman. Oops.
Hold on one second. All right, get situated there, and we'll start on my left, on the right. When you're ready, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you. Hi, is this on? Stephen Gassenberger, excuse me, policy analyst with the Pension Integrity Project at Reason Foundation. Thank you. Good morning. I have some comments going around, but the chair has laid out the bill pretty much, and it just gives our perspective of what the bill does. So I'll run through a couple of points that just add to the context from a pension perspective. So a little bit about us as a project. We are a team of pension researchers. We go wherever invited across the country to research. I'm based here in Houston, out of Houston. And I'd like to add some context from a pension perspective specifically. So I'll list a couple of points. When TRS went through sunset in 2019, auditors highlighted how the fund was pivoting towards private alternative investments and warned that the reporting on these investments was pretty thin. Fast forward in December, TRS had an auditor audit their evaluation, and the auditor made a special note to the trustees that he highlighted that of the $180 billion TRS fund, nearly half of it of that valuation was based off of estimates from alternative asset managers throughout throughout the life of certain assets. Managers will report returns. It's called the internal rate of return. That's an estimate that they offer, and that's folded into the evaluation. So we wanted to highlight that statement by the auditor. And this trend is highlighted in the handout I just.
You can finish your thought. Go ahead. Thanks.
Sorry.
We'll probably have questions
This
as well.
trend is highlighted in the handout I just passed around. The two images show the asset allocations of the two major systems in Texas. It shows how 20 years ago, they were comprised mostly of public equities and bonds, and today they are heavily invested into these alternative assets. It's just to highlight the new times we are in, and I don't want to highlight TRS and ERS specifically. This is just the times that we're in. Of the 100 plus PRB reporting systems, they all kind of reflect this trend. And SB 1446, we believe, is a reasonable reaction to this new trend. It updates already established law to accommodate these new assets. You can say the same thing about the proxy reporting requirements. The proxy votes have exploded over the last few years. The complexity of these votes have changed over the last few years as according to the testimony given in Marshall by ISS, these shareholder resolutions have changed significantly over the last few years. So this updated guidance from the legislature we find to be reasonable and appropriate. I'll pause there.
Thank you for your testimony, and you answered a question I was going to ask you. I want to make sure I'm clear. So, and we know that you study pensions; it's your role, and you mentioned this move to private assets, alternative assets, I guess limited partnerships, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said this is not unique to TRS, ERS. Tell me, is this a trend in pensions broadly, or is it just here? Tell us about that.
It is TRS and ERS. Those graphics in the handout reflect public pensions across the country. It is not unique to those two systems. It's not unique to Texas. It's just the asset allocation has changed significantly since 2000. You can see it escalate after 2008. There's nothing inherently wrong with these assets per se. These have provided good returns initially for these systems. We feel like the added reporting in 1446 would just kind of highlight those limited partner relationships in the fund.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as you study pensions around the country, would you find, or has it been your experience that the diversity of investments has been driven by the interest in higher returns from the pensions around the country? Because I'm assuming that the managers of these pensions are compensated based on the returns, and so it's in their best interest to drive the highest returns for the pensioners. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chair, Senator, absolutely. You can pretty much look at the Treasury rates and the trend in the Treasury rates to see a kind of a correlation away from those fixed income assets and public equities to more private alternative assets, because those fixed assets were not returning you can get 12% return in the 90s on a 30-year Treasury bond. That's just not in the cards today. So, asset managers have to diversify, and it is in our interest as researchers that all be transparent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Green, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today speaking solely on behalf of myself as a retiree from state service of 36 years. So I have a vested interest in this, and I hope that I would be expressing the desires of all of our state employees to look very carefully at the fiduciary responsibility that these managers have. So I believe that it's very important to us that we do maximize the investment income off of these things. I won't take much longer, but I think this is a good bill, and I think it's something that we needed here, and I hope that this bill is passed out of this committee and on to with a recommendation that it do pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, is there any questions, Mr. Green? Thank you. Mr. Glass, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Tom Glass. I represent Texas Constitutional Enforcement and myself, and we're in favor of this bill. I'd like to go today to kind of the fundamentals of what America's built on. Our organization's motto is "Let Texans Run Texas." Over on the Zavala Library, we have Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution that says all political power is inherent in the people and all free governments instituted for their benefit and under their authority. And we think that is the core idea of what Texas is and what the United States was created. If you think about what the framers did, when they created our republic in the early days, they were getting away from where the elites ran everything. They called it the ancient regime, where the aristocracy and the wealthy ran everything through global corporations that were chartered by the crown. And what they did then was a revolutionary idea, and it's one that has benefited the world and the people that live here ever since. The World Economic Forum's Great Reset Initiative in the implementation of ESG is seditious to the founding principles of America, which is self-government. And they want the elites to come back. They want to bring back that ancient regime back to run our lives. If you want to characterize it, you could say America was founded on that we want citizen-directed government. Of course, the opposite of that might be government-directed citizens, but even worse than government-directed citizens is global corporate-directed citizens. When I think about George Washington and John Hancock, two of the wealthiest men in the United States when the revolution started, they realized that as long as this ancient regime, where the center of the universe, London, controlled their lives, they would never be as free as they wanted to be. And that's what we're facing once again, is what they fought for.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses so far? All right, thank you. Go ahead, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you, sir. My name is Tyler Grossman, and thank you, Chairman and the committee. I'm the Executive Director and Chief Investment Officer of the El Paso Firemen and Policemen's Pension Fund. We currently have around $1.7 billion under management and represent 4,000 active and retired members, first responders. And so today I'm here to testify on the bill. On behalf of my trustees and obviously the members, we take our fiduciary responsibility to an extreme point. We're here to make money for our members. We are 100% committed to doing so and adhering to those fiduciary responsibilities. But I want to make sure that you understand that we do not take into account ideological or cultural or any of those items when it comes to our investment process. Our process is the same as the Teachers Retirement System, ERS, and all the state funds. We definitely do our due diligence on our managers to make sure that they understand that that's our process. 10 years ago, ESG used to be asked of that question. I said, I'm from Texas. That's not an issue for us. We were not interested in any of that way of investing, I guess you used to say. Having said that, though, I do want to make a few comments when it pertains to, I know 1.7 sounds big, but it's definitely smaller when it comes to $200 billion in the TRS, and so, you have to put it in perspective, I guess you could say. But regarding provisions related to the qualifications of proxy voting oversight, we do have a proxy statement in our investment policy, and therefore we give it to our managers, and they are to adhere to it. We also, in our financial agreements with them, they are fiduciaries of the fund, and so we agree with the proxy voting policy. We think that is an important part of what should be done on our behalf.
Go ahead. That's okay. Go finish your thought, please. We want to hear from you.
Thank you for our process and how we want our Texas dollars voted on. And so we do make sure that our managers understand where we're coming from. We want to make sure that that the requirement that you put in place as far as that proxy voting is adhered to, and that our trustees adhere to it. But there are some even though TRS is way bigger than us, we still have over 30,000 votes when it comes to proxy voting. And obviously, I have a staff of 8, and so I don't have that. I don't have the staff that they may have. And so, analyzing, providing advance notice of attended votes, tracking, reporting, recommendations provided on the votes. There was a list of things that are required under the current bill. For a fund our size, that would, like I said, only have 8. We'd have to hire new personnel. Our IT is not, I don't have an IT, so I have to update our website, and there's a lot of cost involved in doing so. And so, though we are totally on board, we understand, we want our stuff to be fiduciary, I also want to be a fiduciary to my members and make sure that our costs aren't exaggerated by this bill. And also in some of the reporting, we went through this process in 2009 with Senator Huffman and Senate Bill 322, in which we do disclose in aggregate the fees that we pay for these funds, but specifically the private equity. We have contractual agreements, and listing them individually and giving those fees individually is a little bit harsher, but it may potentially hurt us, and that's what I want to say. As far as I understand you want to put enforcement, but for the trustees, again, I just would like you to take into consideration that these are elected fire and police officers, and they are citizens of El Paso that are appointed as volunteers, and so we would like a mechanism before they are removed. Since if no one person makes a determination, it would be a minimum of 6 for my board, and if they were to be removed, then we would have to stop business. And so at least allow an avenue for them to remedy the situation if they are made aware of something that's wrong before such an action would be taken, so that we could still do business there and way out there in the corner of El Paso. So, but I thank you for letting me speak over the 2 minutes, sir.
No, thanks for your testimony, and thanks for working with us. As you know, in the committee substitute, there's some adjustments on the reporting, and as you know, on the proxy advising, what the bill is going to do going forward is have a default position that we vote with management, and if we don't, then we show why. And again, as far as the reporting the votes in advance, it's where possible. We're going to, of course, we want to work with you on all those things. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from El Paso. I'm sure there are quite a few other fire and police pension funds around the state. I know City of San Antonio has one, and others that might be in the same situation that you're in. Would you do us a favor? Would you go back today, review the committee sub, and maybe get together with them and say what improvements, if any, could be done to improve the legislation and make it more workable so that we don't inadvertently add any cost? Because, obviously everyone's for transparency, everyone's for getting the maximum return for the pensioners, but by the same token, we don't want to cause any unforeseen problems to smaller pension funds that are being run well in their community. So, thank you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. The chair now calls David Carter, Rayford Brown. Chair calls David Carter and Rayford Brown. Colonel Carter and Colonel Brown are the only remaining witnesses who have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1446. So while we're looking for them, anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1446? Okay, come on down. Did you sign up on the kiosk outside? Tell me your name.
Gregory Porter.
Oh, yes, sir, we did. We got you. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Appreciate you having me, Chairman Hughes, and appreciate this bill. I share a concern that I think a lot of people do, which we're quickly moving to a place where corporations are attempting to become a direct form of governance. And that should be concerning to everybody in this building, especially legislators, because when a corporation has the rights to our data and when they have access to technology, and when two asset managers control 8 to 12% of 1,600 global corporations, we have a really significant issue with what appears to be a virtual monopoly or an oligarchy. And the influence that that has, as many of you know, is great. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm pro-business, and I think one of the things that we need to consistently do in this building is to protect the rights of individuals, because the biggest risk to our republic are financial conflicts of interest. And right now, when you have a politicization of money to the extent that we have, the risk becomes, I think, probably one of the bigger things that I'm concerned about, which isn't specifically addressed with this bill, but I think that this body needs to consider it, is that ESG is quickly moving from a set of suggestions from these large asset managers to their portfolio companies. It is quickly going to become a set of requirements for their customers. And when you own 1,600 companies that include the top 3 competitors in every vertical, from internet to phone to banking to retail to grocery, then I can cut your credit card off if I don't like your political views. And that is tyranny. And we're not here to stand for it. So I'm grateful for this bill. It's a step in the right direction. What we need to do is quit referring to federal law in our bills and reclaim the sovereignty of our state. And what I see on a global level is these corporations have virtually compromised and completely captured the regulatory bodies at the federal level. And so in the last 10 years, 200,000 bills have been passed, regulations, by non-elected regulators, and only 10,000 bills have been passed by Congress. So we live in a country now that is run by regulators that are captured by these large corporations. And I'll wrap with this. Again, the biggest risk to our republic are financial conflicts of interest, and the thing that we need to do is to really battle financial conflicts of interest that we can't control at the federal level by empowering the individual and taking the pro-liberty stance that we have to regulate business, because businesses do not have the right to violate our constitutional rights and the basic human right of privacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Thanks for being here.
Thanks for carrying this bill. Appreciate it.
The chair now calls the chair calls Casey Wolf and Amy Bishop. Casey Wolf, Amy Bishop. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony, Bishop.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and Senators. My name is Amy Bishop, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas County and District Retirement System, and I'm here with Casey Wolf, our Chief Investment Officer. As a starting point, please know that at TCDRS, we don't receive any funding from the state of Texas. We partner with 830 counties and governmental districts to provide retirement benefits to over 345,000 hardworking Texans. We manage about $45 billion in assets, and we've been doing that for over 55 years successfully. In all that time, our fund has never had an ESG policy. We don't intend to have an ESG policy. Our stated objective is to maximize the returns for our members and beneficiaries. This bill, as filed, and of course we haven't had a chance to look at the substitute yet, but as filed, we have concerns that it could impair our ability to maximize our returns and have financial impact on our employers. We're worried that conflicts in the bill would keep us from partnering with some of the best investment managers in the world over issues such as violation of fiduciary duty and protecting competitive advantage. Over 70% of our portfolio is in private market asset classes, and without any exception in the bill for private markets, the proposed legislation may prevent us from working with these managers. If we had to adjust our asset allocation, we estimate it could cost us over $6 billion over the next 10 years, and this would cause our employers' costs to more than double. I appreciate you listening to our concerns. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to working with your office on any revisions.
Mr. Wolf.
Yes, sir.
Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
My name is Casey Wolf.
Get a little closer to the microphone.
Oh, sorry. My name is Casey Wolf. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Texas County and District Retirement System, and I'm just here in support of Ms. Bishop in case there are any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And as they're departing, I'll note that we're thankful that TCDRS does not do ESG. But if they hire managers that do, that will not be allowed. Let's be clear about that. If they're hiring managers who have pledged to use all assets to push political agendas, that will be affected by this bill, and it must be. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the witnesses we have registered to testify on Senate Bill 1446, so public testimony will close. The bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1060. Senate Bill 1060. And of course, we discussed the general subject matter of this bill in the previous layout and in the previous discussion. This bill is getting at the same problem we just described, but it's specific to the insurance companies. Many insurance-specific cases of these activist shareholders trying to impose, again, a political agenda on an insurance company for purposes outside of business objectives. There's a group called As You Sow, and here's what their website says. Our mission is to promote environmental and social corporate responsibility through shareholder advocacy, coalition building, and innovative legal strategies. Corporations are responsible for most of the pressing social and environmental problems we face today. We believe corporations must be a willing part of the solutions. We make that happen. As shareholder advocates, we directly engage corporate CEOs, senior management, and institutional investors to change corporations from the inside out. End quote. I think the theme is apparent through their own words, through the witnesses and other statements we've read from groups like this. This is an attempt to circumvent the democratic process and make changes forced via corporate boardroom. This group, As You Sow, as one example, last year proposed resolutions at multiple insurance companies to require the insurers to track greenhouse gas emissions at the oil and gas companies they insure. And remember, many of these activist proposals weren't even getting put to a vote, but now they are. Knowing this information does not serve a business purpose and may hamper their ability to provide objective, risk-based insurance to a certain class of companies. These companies went to the SEC and said, can we forego voting on these resolutions? But the SEC, under the current administration, told them no, forcing a vote on activist resolutions like this, which do not affect the returns of the insurance company or the benefits of their shareholders. These practices have real consequences. Energy is obviously a critical part of our economy. We all realize that. It affects the price of every item we purchase, every service we purchase. And of course, we're talking about good paying jobs for Texans. And these proposals over time, their goal is clear. It's to cut off insurance to energy companies. That means less energy, less exploration, higher prices for everything, and a lower standard of living. That's really what this is about. And so Senate Bill 1060 will protect Texas-based insurance companies from having to present or implement a shareholder proposal if it's designed to prohibit or limit providing insurance to oil and gas just because they're oil and gas companies. If it requires the insurance company to track greenhouse gas emissions of their insured clients, or prohibits or limits the provision of insurance based on environmental, social, or political ends, and there's a committee substitute. The substitute simply tailors item 1 to say that the proposal can't limit insurance companies insuring energy producers solely because they're energy producers. Of course, if an energy producer has a bad safety record, if there are other reasons to not insure them, they don't have to insure them. But they cannot be forced to deny them insurance just because they're an energy company. That's what the bill does, and I will yield for your questions. Senator Lamatia, go ahead, thanks.
Excuse me, thank you. My question is, many insurance companies do business in Texas but are domiciled elsewhere, like in the Caymans or Hawaii. Would this bill cover them as well?
No, it would not.
Got it. And reinsurance market rates continue to increase, and it creates insurance costs to go up, which has a big effect on small and large businesses throughout Texas. If this bill were to pass, do you see it having an effect on the amount of reinsurers who are willing to work in Texas, and then increasing rates even further?
No, it's a great question. And so the intent of this bill, we want to be clear, this bill is not to make insurance companies take actions that they believe are against their interest or against their stockholders' interest. This is to prevent activist shareholders from limiting what they can do. So if an insurance company wants to offer insurance to an oil and gas company or wants to offer insurance to any business, this is to make sure that activist investors don't keep them from doing that. So it's a great question. So the answer to your question is no, it would not. Thank you for bringing it up. That's important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, any other questions? And the chair calls Chase Martin. Chase Martin. And the chair calls Brent Bennett. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brent Bennett again from the Texas Public Policy Foundation, testifying in support of HB 1060. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this proposal. We have seen in the insurance sector, especially, of course, I work for the energy policy part of TPPF, the Life Power Project, and in the energy sector, particularly in the coal sector, we've seen increasing activism by insurance companies because of pressure from their investors, particularly on the European market, European insurers, reinsurers. Over 50 companies, there's actually a report from the North Dakota Insurance Commission found over 50 companies that have coal exit policies, 50 insurance companies. And so we think that this is definitely a nice step to make sure that there is something coming from Texas that says insurance companies should not be engaging in this kind of activity. Of course, Chairman Alverson has his bill that he's working on in the House as well. One important part of the bill, we think it might not be possible to actually limit whether shareholder proposals can be introduced in a proxy statement. That's usually the domain of the SEC. But we do think that it's important to have something there that says that companies don't have to follow those proposals if they are enacted. I think that's, again, shareholder proposals are not binding in and of themselves. But what happens is that investors will vote against board members who don't follow the proposals. So that's where they're kind of enforced, is the enforcement. The enforcement mechanism is that board members get voted out, and we've seen this happen a number of times in recent years based on these ESG resolutions, that board members get voted out because they aren't following what a shareholder proposal said or resisting that pressure. So we think that this proposal will give corporate boards a reason to say no to activist shareholders and hopefully improve the environment as such. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself again and go ahead and give your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. I'm Chase Martin with the Opportunity Solutions Project. Testifying in support of this bill, we think it's an amazing bill that will hope to essentially push back against discrimination of Texas companies and Texas oil and gas. I thought the Texas Railroad Commissioner did a great job of summarizing all the things Texas has to be proud of and in that industry, and this would help to fight back against those types of proposals by shareholders that are, like you said, they're just activists. So in 2022, in the U.S. proxy season, it yielded 607 shareholder resolutions on ESG issues, which was a 22% increase from 2021. What that says is that they're seeing that there's value in doing this, and it'll only increase. So this bill's necessary and timely, and we thank you for hearing it.
And thank you both for your testimony. Senators, any questions for either of our witnesses? Thank you for being here. Thank you. The chair calls Jay Thompson, Rayford Brown, David Carter, and Tom Glass. So Jay Thompson, David Carter, Rayford Brown, Tom Glass. All right, welcome. Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jay Thompson. I represent the Association of Fire and Casualty Companies of Texas. We have registered on the bill and have worked with your staff on some language that we hope will clarify any unintended consequence. We do have members that are actively providing insurance in the oil and gas that are located and based in Texas. I have a daughter, lives in Tyler, works in the oil and gas industry. And I called her and she said, yeah, they just got insurance. So we want to keep that. I want to keep her employed. We've suggested some language both to your staff to avoid some possible unintended consequences, because insurance, as you noted in your background, the business of insurance is based on sound actuarial underwriting and solvency requirements for the business of insurance. And we want to make sure that we can continue to use those and there won't be the unintended consequences with the use of the word, for example, indirectly in the bill. I don't know how you indirectly may violate something. So we've suggested those. It sounds like one of the amendments in the substitute that you described would be one we do support. And we will continue to work with you and members of the Senate to find legislation that works for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, members? Very good. Thank you. Mr. Glass, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
My name is Tom Glass. I represent Texas Constitutional Enforcement, and myself, we're in favor of this bill. I'm back for this bill. You might say, why do we have to have so many bills on this topic? And my answer to that is, if someone who's deep-pocketed and very powerful, a group of someone's is doing that to try to make you into a serf and take away everything you hold dear, you need to be as relentless and creative in your response to that as they are in trying to take your freedom. And since we know that the ESG, World Economic Forum people are trying lots of different avenues to run our lives through financial power, we have to devise lots of different solutions to stop them in Texas law. And so I wholeheartedly support this approach amongst many others that have been filed in this session and hopefully will do in the future. I congratulate this body on the fact, snapping to this last session and starting this battle, but we've got a long journey because they're a very determined foe. I read a book along the way in trying to understand this stuff called Woke Inc. by Vivek Ramaswamy. He's running for president now. There's two theses that he had. The biggest one was one I tried to say a minute ago, which is that this effort on the part of the World Economic Forum is fundamentally undemocratic to the degree that democracy means the people rule. The other thing he pointed out from his boardroom experience is that this is, a lot of people talk about woke, go woke, go broke, that sort of thing, and kind of focus on the wokeness of this stuff. But his thesis is that the corporate boardrooms in the globalist are using the woke toward their special interest needs, and they have co-opted them. So that's pretty much what I have to say. On this one, there'll be more. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Glass. Members, any questions for either of our witnesses? Thank you both for being here. Thank you. The chair calls Gregory Porter, Rayford Brown, David Carter. And those are the last witnesses we have registered on for or against Senate Bill 1060. If anyone else wishes to testify, please sign up on the kiosk outside. Ms. Porter, welcome back. When you get situated there, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
You bet. I'm Gregory Porter. Grateful to be able to speak, grateful for this bill and for the members of this committee to hear this bill and to host this thoughtful conversation. Again, I've already testified, but I just wanted to reiterate that I think that what we really need to do as a body and as a state is to think very conscientiously about the nature of the nationalization that's happening at the federal level and be very clear that we're creating sovereignty at the state level, because at the federal level, our constitutional rights are being violated at every turn. And I believe that that's happening as a result of the influence of this money and some of the political ideas associated with that. So I just really appreciate the fact that even, and I want to say this out loud, and I do, that I was a liberal for most of my life. I have changed a lot over the last few years in terms of really taking an honest look at my personal values. And I candidly think that both liberals and conservatives actually share a lot of values that we're not being led to believe. But the violation of our privacy, the idea that these political ideas you might think that they're in alignment with your values, but when they're motivated by profit, when the winds change, they could discriminate against you. And again, I'm speaking on a broader level about ESG being applied to the consumer, which is coming down the pipe. But I really sincerely appreciate that we're able to look at regulating business and making sure that business is operating within the boundaries of constitutional rights. And I think that that's the most important thing that we can do to prevent these financial conflicts of interest, because we can't control what's happening at the federal level, but we can empower the individual in Texas. And we could reclaim our sovereignty by moving away from referring to all these federal laws and stopping the idea of adopting this globalized ideas and speak and create legislation that is on behalf of the values of Texans. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And that's all the witnesses we have on Senate Bill 1060. So public testimony is closed. Bill's left pending at this time.
Whatever you feel like.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 975, and recognizes its author, Senator Menendez, to explain the bill. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, Senate Bill 975 is a simple bill that aims to help our older Texans who wish to vote. Currently, under Texas law, if you're 79 years of age or older, you're required to renew your driver's license in person, and you're asked to successfully pass a test. And in some cases, you're subjected to multiple tests in order to renew your license. If you do not pass the test, your driver's license must be surrendered at that time. In these cases, these older adults are issued a personal identification card as their form of identification. Unfortunately, this is a frequent issue during election season. And when attempting to vote last election cycle, many older Texans were rejected for a failure to have matching identification numbers as their driver's license was on their voter registration file. So now they had a personal identification card that had been given to them at the time. This problem was brought to our attention by a constituent who also serves as an alternate judge of the mail ballot board, Ms. Karen Marshall. She shared that there were an estimated 335 total rejections during her watch, with the majority of the rejections being for a failure to match the personal identification card numbers with the suspended driver's license numbers. What Senate Bill 975 will address the issue by requiring that those who are issued a personal identification certificate be provided a voter registration form at the time of applying for the new identification certificate. And so this bill will seek to ensure that our older Texans do not lose their right to vote only because they failed to renew their driver's license. Mr. Chairman and members, we do have Ms. Marshall here present, the Judge Karen Marshall, as well as DPS available as a resource witness, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Any questions for the author at this time? Very well. The chair calls Karen Marshall. There she is. Ms. Marshall, come on down. Ms. Marshall, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. I have my name written down so I won't forget it. I'm still getting nervous. Hello, my name is Karen Marshall, and I live in San Antonio. And to give you some context, I'm not a judge, I was the alternate judge of the Bexar County Early Voting Ballot Board for the November 2022 election. We convened the ballot board on Monday, October 31st, and finished on Wednesday, November 16th at about 3:30 p.m. So I was there every day. About a week into processing what wound up being over 31,000 mail ballots delivered to Bexar elections, we picked up on a pattern. Many of the ID numbers we were finding that did not match voters' records began with the number 4. Then we found out that many of the numbers on the new Texas identification certificates begin with the number 4. As we worked in teams, it reached the point where we took turns groaning when we saw the number 4, because it inevitably meant that we would be rejecting the ballot and we would need to contact the voter. When we called these voters with ID number discrepancies to alert them that they would need to take action before we could process their ballots, we found that these were seniors, many over 80, who could not drive. I can pretty much count on one hand the number of people with this issue who I saw made it into the Bexar Elections Office within the 6-day period allotted to verify their IDs. We spoke on the phone to several who said they would have difficulty getting there, saying they didn't want to bother their son or their daughter was out of town, or they didn't know if they could get a ride. One lady said, "I don't have my driver's license anymore. The government gave me this new card. You work for the government. Don't you have the number?" After the election, I called 4 other counties' ballot boards to see if they had experienced a similar trend, and found that their experiences were consistent with ours, although the smaller counties had not had enough of them to recognize what was the cause. One said, "Oh, is that what those random numbers were?" We couldn't figure out what those numbers were because they weren't VUIDs or phone numbers. Senator Menendez's SB 975 will, by and large, help elderly voters who have been voting for years, have not moved, registered to vote many years ago, and will not be able to drive as they surrender their driver's license already. It will also help all the members of ballot boards averse to rejecting these voters' ballots. Please make the number 4 insignificant again. by passing SB 975.
Thank you for your testimony and for working with Senator Menendez on this. Senator, is there any questions for the witness? And by the way, he calls you judge. You know, around here, when one of us gets a title, we hang on to it for life. So you should embrace that. That's all right. Senator Menendez, you have a question?
I just wanted to thank Ms. Marshall for bringing this issue to our attention. I was very thoughtful of y'all to look into the reason why and to identify and to be so concerned. And it may not sound like a large number, but it's a big deal to people who've been voting for a long time not to have their vote counted. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Most definitely. And thank you and to your staff for being so receptive to it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. We appreciate you. The chair will now calls Susana Carranza, Dr. Susana Carranza, and Alan Vera. And the chair calls Eric Opiella. Eric Opiella. All right, so I think Ms. Carranza is on her way down. Mr. Opiella, you go ahead and get started. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, members. Eric Opiella, board-certified legislative and campaign attorney, testifying for this bill. Happy to support Senator Menendez's bill, not only for the reasons that were stated by the previous witnesses, but also because it has the opportunity to reduce the amount of fraud that occurs in elections. If we allow the registered voters, the senior citizens who get these certificates, to update their voter registration with their new addresses, it avoids ballots being mailed to old addresses where they might no longer reside. A lot of people move into assisted living or other facilities, and their mail ballots would still be going to places other than where they currently reside. And when their addresses are updated in the voter record, that then would cause those ballots to be sent to the appropriate location in more recent data. And so I think it's very important that we give more opportunities for our senior citizens to be able to vote. And I appreciate this bill by Senator Menendez.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on the bill. We would be for the bill, Senator, with one little parenthetical addition. In section M4, if the phrase was added, must require that a person issued a personal ID certificate if that person still meets the qualifications to be a registered voter in the state, be provided a voter registration form. We add that, we're in good shape. We just don't want to unintentionally lead unqualified people to committing a violation by continuing. And since DPS already has a standardized process for qualifying voters to vote, to register online, we think adding that phrase would do nothing to reduce the effectiveness of the bill. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Ms. Vera. Dr. Carranza, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susana Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf in favor of this bill. I support the intent of the bill, which is why I registered for. However, I think it could be improved. The DPS should be able to electronically send this ID number data to the SOS without the voter having to complete an additional form and paperwork, as it's already done by the DPS when a voter applies for a driver's license. And that's also required by the National Voter Registration Act. I would hope that DPS and SOS can work together, solve this problem through just a slight process tweak to apply that instead of really forcing the voter to go through this. It's like they're changing an ID already, so why not make that part of the process? They're already voters, everything's checked. So support the intent. Tweaking would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions? Senator Menendez.
No, I appreciate both, all of the witnesses, the both that had the constructive criticism, that'd be great, and we'll look into it. I want to see if DPS is available to see if it's possible to streamline, because I do agree with you that if we can streamline it and they continue to be eligible, they should be able to check off the box at the time. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Any other questions for these witnesses? Very good. Thank you each for being here. And we do have Rebecca Hibbs here from the Department of Public Safety. We'll call her at this time as a resource.
I guess both, if we got them.
I believe Christina Adkins is also here on behalf of the Secretary of State. I think I saw her earlier. If there is a, would like you as well, just in case questions arise, please. And those are the only witnesses we have registered on for or against Senate Bill 975. If anyone else wishes to testify, please register at the kiosk outside. And we'll ask each of our resource witnesses to introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then Senator Menendez will be recognized for questions.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Hibbs. I'm with the Texas Department of Public Safety Driver License Division.
Good morning, and my name is Christina Adkins, and I'm with the Texas Secretary of State.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you may have had a chance to overhear the layout of the bill and then the two questions that came up in terms of improving the bill. I am 100% for making this as easy as possible for our seniors who, let's say they show up and they may have failed the vision exam, or for whatever reason they have to surrender their driver's license and they're going to be issued a new certificate. Have you had an opportunity to see the bill and review the contents? Because if you had, I would love for you to help us if there's a way to, instead of making them fill out a new form, for them to check a box off as when we do get a new license. That would be great. So is that possibility there? And if so, can you help us make it happen?
Yes, so we have had an opportunity to look at the bill, and yes, that is the current process. So when a person comes in to either get a first-time applicant, renew, or change a deal to an ID, they all fill out the same application form. That form already has the voter registration questions on it, so they're given the opportunity to complete that at the same time. One of the things that we do with our staff is try to remind them that when a person's changing from a deal to an ID, that they need to recommend that they go ahead and complete the voter registration questions as yes, so that that information will go to the Secretary of State's office.
So the possibility exists that someone may not have been told, the person that was filling the form, because they may have thought, well, I'm already registered to vote. I don't need to register to vote again.
Correct.
Okay.
And so we do try to make sure that they understand that that happens. And if, for example, like one of the examples they gave is if a person moves and they need their new address. So besides sending the voter registration every night, we also send a file of updates. So if the person chooses not to register to vote on that form, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've given them the opportunity. We've explained it to them. They've still said no. If they change their name, their date of birth, their address, that information also goes in a daily file to the Secretary of State's office, so they'll get notified of the address change, even if the person doesn't select the voter registration.
Okay,
so we do send both.
Very good. And for the Secretary of State's office, is there any way to help the counties correct when these new numbers, the numbers that where the person was registered under their driver's license number, but now they have a personal identification certificate, is there any way to get the computers to correlate that, to match the two? If the person, for whatever reason, they haven't, is there any way that we can help the county so we can allow legal citizens who have a right to vote and who voted, probably for decades, for their vote not be counted, for it to be counted as it has been?
Absolutely. We can definitely do that. It's a pretty seamless process right now as far as getting those changes electronically submitted to the counties so that they can make sure that their local systems are updated. Our counties do have an obligation to make sure that for those counties that are offline, we call offline counties, so they don't directly use the statewide voter registration system, they use a third-party vendor. Those counties have an obligation to make sure that they are, syncing and sending us the information daily. And as long as they're fulfilling those obligations to do that on a daily basis and do these larger syncs that they're required to do, they're going to have the information they need.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, any other questions for our resource witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. That is all the witnesses we have registered on for or against Senate Bill 975. So public testimony will close. Bills left pending at this time.
Lottery.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 1820, and recognizes its author, Senator Hall, to explain the measure. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. When the Texas Lottery was originally approved by the legislature, the statute was carefully crafted to require an individual to go to a licensed retailer to purchase a ticket. The original lottery statute specifically prohibited the sale of tickets by telephone. Over the past 8 years, the Lottery Commission has made incremental rule changes to purposely circumvent legislative intent that have enabled independent third-party couriers to enter the state and offer novel ways to play the lottery by facilitating the purchase of games via an internet application, often on a mobile device or a telephone. These couriers claim that because they send a person to purchase a ticket in person, it is not purchased using a telephone. However, in a recent Finance Committee hearing, several legislators seriously questioned this practice. The questioning was bipartisan. The original legislation intent was not being followed. Senate Bill 1820 prohibits the order, purchase, or sale of a lottery game digitally by mobile device, including a facilitation of a game via a mobile application or website by an independent third-party courier. This bill directs the Lottery Commission to adopt rules to enforce these prohibitions. This bill simply puts into effect what the Lottery Commission has tried to circumvent by creative activities. Mr. Chairman, I do have a substitute. The committee substitute makes the bill a legislative council draft and makes clear the prohibition of the sale of lottery tickets via the internet. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. The chair sends up the committee's substitute, which is now before us. And members, any questions for Senator Hall on the substitute? Very good. Thank you. We'll call your witnesses. The chair calls Rob Kohler. Oh, yeah. The chair calls Rob Kohler. Bishop Woosley J. Stewart.
Okay, sorry.
All right, we'll go from right to left, my left. And so starting over here, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jay Stewart. I'm an attorney here in Austin with the law firm of Hance Scarborough. I have somewhat unique experience in the gaming area, and while most gaming in Texas is illegal, I have represented companies regarding the lottery in the past, represented bingo companies, I've represented casino companies from outside of the state, and on the federal level and in other states worked on multiple areas of gaming. Because of that experience, I often get calls from potential clients on gaming issues in Texas. And this is one of my clients is Jackpocket, who is one of these courier services. This company called me. Unlike many companies that have called me regarding poker rooms, which are illegal, skill games, daily fantasy sports, I can't help them change the law. Those entities want to operate illegally, and I do not help them. In this situation, when Jackpocket called me, I'm very familiar with the Texas Lottery Act and the regulations and working with the Lottery Commission. And I evaluated their processes. I reviewed what the Lottery Commission had done in 2018 and the restrictions that they had put on them and they had approved the actions of Jackpocket as not being a retail licensee. They do not purchase the actual tickets for the players. There is an in-person purchase with the players after Jackpocket takes this order. Jackpocket, importantly, does not allow credit cards. They have age verification. They have identification of photos. They are very careful on the idea of not purchasing a ticket. And
you can finish your thought. That's okay. Go ahead.
And they utilize geolocation. So all of those careful restrictions in the Texas Lottery Act is applicable to a company like this. I call this company a company of convenience, just like Uber or DoorDash. It allows those people that can't make it out to their local retailer an opportunity to play something which they're legally allowed to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Well, thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bishop Woosley. Thank you, members of the committee. I served as general counsel and then executive director of the Arkansas Lottery from 2009 to 2020. Also part of that time, I served as the president of the North American Association of State and Provincial Lotteries, the industry organization representing all of the lotteries in the U.S. and Canada. Currently, I'm a senior advisor to Jackpocket. I'm here today in opposition to SB 1820 on behalf of Jackpocket and their nearly 1.3 million registered users here in the state of Texas. But I'm also here as an individual who is an experienced participant and leader in the lottery industry. Since launching in Texas in 2019, the service, and I emphasize the service, that Jackpocket provides has helped to account for more than $250 million in incremental revenue to help fund the good causes that the Texas Lottery Commission supports, which includes education and veteran services. That figure is expected to grow to nearly $550 million for the time period between 2023 and the end of the next biennium in 2025. Jackpocket is a service that allows for of-age individuals located in Texas to use their app to place an order for official lottery tickets. That order is then fulfilled through an in-person transaction at a licensed bricks and mortars Texas lottery retailers. They've formed partnerships with several well-known organizations in the community here in Texas, including the Texas Rangers, Dallas Mavericks, Dallas Stars, and Circle K stores. Every day, in every jurisdiction where lotteries legally exist, friends, families, and colleagues call, text, or otherwise communicate with one another, asking one of the others to pick up lottery tickets on their behalf. That's the essence of what Jackpocket allows and provides. More importantly, one cannot directly purchase lottery tickets on Jackpocket. Jackpocket is a service provider, much in the same vein as Uber Eats or DoorDash, but for lottery tickets. May I continue?
You can finish that thought.
Thank you very much. They are compliant with all existing rules and regulations that govern the sale and distribution of lottery tickets. They are a recognized leader in the lottery courier industry with an applicable metric. Currently, they operate in 15 states, have paid out over $260 million in prizes, and are certified by the National Council on Problem Gambling's ICAP and are a member of NASPL. Although we oppose the policy approach because we think it will cost the state hundreds of millions in potential revenue and deprive citizens of simple convenience, we would absolutely welcome the opportunity to work with the legislature and all other relevant stakeholders, as we have in all other states we work in, to formally address this activity. We look forward to being able to participate in the process. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Kohler, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Rob Kohler. I'm here representing in favor of SB 1820. I've been involved in the gambling question in the state over 30 years. Spent 12 of my first years at the Texas Lottery. Left there, became a consultant, and for the last little over 20 years, I've provided consultant services on gaming issues for the Christian Life Commission. As we speak right now, Senators, the Texas Lottery is allowing offshore, unregulated, unlicensed gambling internet companies to sell its tickets on the internet. These companies are using separate proprietary random number generators. It's very important that are providing an unequal playing opportunity for the players in this state when they play quick pick. The only reason this is possible is because the Texas Lottery went through rulemaking and changed what it meant to sell a lottery ticket in this state. From the start of the Texas Lottery to August of 20, it was a face-to-face enterprise. Individual went to a convenience store, ordered the ticket, paid them, got the ticket, went about their business. But that changed and started to change starting in 2015. Went through rulemaking, the Texas Lottery amended the method of play. Traditionally, the method of play was an every draw game, and it encompassed the filling out of the ticket, the terminal processing the ticket, as well as the ticket printing out. They broke that processing of the ticket of the terminal out and created two processes where there had always been just one, entry of play and processing of the ticket. This is very similar that if you look at the arguments the Seminole tribe are making in Florida, where they recently got the opportunity to allow sports betting statewide. They argue that because even though a player is sitting in Tallahassee and placing a wager, that wager actually doesn't happen until it gets on that server on the reservation. Likewise, these new rules and the Texas Lottery maintain that actual wager does not happen, even though it's being placed on a phone going over to the internet until it hits right there at that terminal. We think the Seminole tribes is questionable, their argument with sports wagering, and we equally think what the Texas Lottery is not what the legislation intended.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions? Senator Hall?
Yes. Let me ask you, is what you're doing, does that increase the number of lottery tickets sold? Is it increasing the number?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay. Well, then why in the world didn't the Lottery Commission just do it themselves?
I can't answer for the Lottery Commission.
I can.
Senator.
Because they know it would be illegal for them to do it. And they rewrote the rules, it was said, in order to circumvent the intent of what the legislature intended to have done. Because it was pretty clear, and I wasn't here when the original bill was passed, but I have looked at a lot of what took place in discussion, and a great deal of discussion was around concerning gambling and the problems it caused with addiction. And that was reinforced. I recently read an article here, and it said that by a gambling addict, that anything you stick on a phone that lets people drain their bank accounts in one evening is a bad idea. Now, you said that you don't use credit cards. So how do they collect the money?
The player creates a wallet that is funded either by a debit card or through a checking account. There's daily limits on the amount of money that a player can play as opposed to a brick and mortar retailer where there are no limits.
And so you really make a distinction between a debit card and a credit card?
Absolutely.
That's kind of okay. You must have in order to do that.
Sir, may I comment that the Lottery Commission also allows debit cards for payment, and some retailers allow checks.
In person?
Yeah, in person, yes, sir.
In person, not electronically.
Senator, may I add something?
Can you tell me, how do we gone from a player buying a lottery ticket face-to-face, which original legislation made that rock solid clear? It wasn't ambiguous. At a retail physical location to now where the Lottery Commission is allowing players to purchase them with their phones on the internet.
Well, Senator, as I mentioned, it was through rulemaking. You know, this issue has been bubbling up, and like everybody, you know, we're moving fast. And last session, actually, on a bill that was in front of Senator Hughes' committee, that we were discussing the raffles, the cowboy raffle, and the raffle part ended up getting pulled out of it. But during that process, I reached out to the Lottery Commission because you know, this courier, I hadn't sat down and studied it. And it wasn't until I was dealing with that raffle, and that's a form of Class 3 gaming, and the electronic facsimile of a game of chance, which that's exactly what this is also a form of Class 3 gaming. But it truly wasn't until walking into the session whenever an entity was coming into the state offering this that was affiliated with the Cowboys and all these other different sports organizations, which also just happened to be you know, the groups that was pushing for sports wagering. So that forced me to sit down and spend about 3 weeks, and I'm just somebody with 30 years of experience in the gaming business, to unwind the yarn of how this happened. And they went through rulemaking very quietly, and they removed definitions, and I have written testimony, definitions that clearly said you can't take requests over the phone to purchase a lottery ticket. You can't sell, you can't accept verbal requests to enter them. And they deleted those through rulemaking. And the final rulemaking that kind of put the last nails in the coffin was June 20th, during the height of the COVID pandemic. And when everybody else's eyes were turned one way with the COVID pandemic, through a Zoom meeting, the commission moved forward and changed what it meant to play the game in this state. So I was very surprised. Yeah. I know a lot of the people in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you were there during the hearings in finance when this subject came up.
Yes, sir.
And I don't recall any other subject. I wasn't there for all of them, but any other issue that brought as many questions from as many senators as what this specific issue did when it came up. And it was bipartisan. It was absolutely clear it was a bipartisan concern of what the Lottery Commission had done in overstepping its bounds.
I do remember that, Senator. That's right. Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1820? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed and the bill is left pending at this time.
Go 990.
The chair now lays out Senate Bill 990, and recognizes its author, Senator Hall, to explain the measure. Senator.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. In 2008, a pilot program for a countywide polling place program was established to permit counties to conduct elections at countywide voting locations instead of by precinct. Early on, participation was limited to counties that exclusively use electronic voting systems and maintain computerized and linked registration lists at polling places. The program has expanded each year since its inception to include over 90 counties. To participate in the program, a county first must hold a public hearing and solicit input. Some election workers have expressed concern that countywide voting increases vulnerabilities in election securities and frustrates a chain of custody measures. It is an unnecessary convenience that sacrifices election security. Senate Bill 990 appeals Section 43.007 Election Code that establishes the countywide polling place program. It repeals a subsection requiring judges of countywide polling places to be appointed from the list of names submitted by the county chairs. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Committee, any questions for Senator Hall? Very well. We'll open testimony. Senator Hall, do you want the resource witness up for this, or just go ahead and start hearing public testimony? Do you have any questions for the resource witness? We have Ms. Adkins from the Secretary of State's office is here, but we don't. Unless there's a question, we won't call her. We'll just begin with witnesses. It's up to you. Very well. We'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Alan Vera, Amber Mills, Robert Green, Veronica Worms, Jamila English. We have Mr. Vera. The chair calls Amber Mills, Robert Green, Veronica Worms, Jamila English. And the chair calls Ider Garcia. Ider Garcia. And Ed Johnson. Ider Garcia, Ed Johnson. All right. You bet. Come on down. Either one of those two seats are fine. You just make yourself at home. There you go. Mr. Johnson, we got a seat left for you, it looks like. All right, welcome each of you. Mr. Johnson, if you're ready, you're in the number one spot, so please introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Ed Johnson. I'm here testifying for Senate Bill 990. I will tell you, probably going to countywide voting was one of the worst things that we did in elections. We just took and threw all the rules out the window of how you allocate polling locations, who is the election judge on election day, you know, what you do when you have a poll that closes, so you just don't open up another one. And it made a mess of auditing the election by, you don't have, on election day, you don't have a precinct count anymore where you're randomly looking across the county for multiple single votes cast out through the whole county in hundreds of different polling locations. So it makes the auditing of an election a really, really difficult, or a recount on an election. It makes it very, very difficult with countywide elections. It's something that we didn't think the rules out before we went into this program of the pilot very well. I would think that, you know, it'd be good to start back at square one with precinct voting and then, you know, work our way up to, if we want to try to do something letting people work at large, but refine the rules a lot better than what they are now so that people have fair access to polling locations. In countywide voting, you can reduce the polling locations by 50% to save money. None of the large counties have done this. They've actually increased the number of election day polling locations. It's only the small counties that have reduced. And unfortunately, you can't reduce according to the DOJ, in minority areas. So none of the minority area polling locations are ever removed. It's only in non-minority areas that polling locations get removed. So it's not equal and balanced. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Haider Garcia. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and myself, and we are against this bill. May I? There are four main reasons that bring us here today. The first one is we believe that this is policy that does no harm to voters but does a lot of good. We don't see the harm in implementing this program. In Tarrant County, I can tell you that we have gotten rid of all provisional ballots for being at the wrong precinct. These are voters who have better service and ballots that don't have to be counted after Election Day. The way we see it, we already do vote centers for 2 weeks during early voting. We allow voters to go anywhere. So we already have all the technology and all the resources we need to do the program. We do it for 2 weeks. This is just allowing us to do for one more day what we already do for 2 weeks. So there are no compromises in security or chain of custody or anything to implement this program. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do early voting in a successful way. A lot of counties are already doing it. And a fact that I would like to highlight is that the 4 counties that went through the forensic audit of the Secretary of State's office last year, Tarrant, Dallas, Harris, and Collin, are all vote centers counties. And nowhere in that report is it mentioned that the audit couldn't be done because of vote centers. There are no recommendations related to it. So it doesn't seem that being vote centers played any role in allowing the state to successfully complete that audit. In the last part, undoing it, there are some concerns from some counties. Closing the program and undoing this might cause a lot of work to roll back. Some counties have downsized the number of locations they have. So they might even have to purchase additional equipment and invest in more, expanding their infrastructure again after shrinking it over a number of years. And that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Sure thing. My name is Veronica Worms, and I'm here representing the Texas Civil Rights Project against the bill. Countywide polling is overwhelmingly popular in Texas. Less than 3 weeks ago, Chambers County Clerk Heather Hawthorne told the House Elections Committee that they moved to countywide voting in 2021, and I quote, "Our voters love it." Without countywide polling, she said, one car accident on the Trinity River Bridge could separate thousands of Chambers County voters from their right to vote on Election Day. Nearly 83% of Texas voters now live in a county with countywide polling. Under SB 990, 14.2 million Texans would instantly lose their right to vote in the county of their choice on Election Day. Thousands of otherwise eligible votes would be thrown out statewide. We know this because this was the norm not so long ago. Before countywide polling, thousands of people across the state lost their right to vote when they cast a provisional ballot on Election Day in the wrong precinct in a county with precinct-only voting. Over 4,000 people in Texas's 5 largest counties had their provisional ballots rejected in November 2018 for this reason. TCRP estimated that as many as 10,000 voters statewide may have suffered a similar problem. Countywide voting solves the wrong precinct problem for those would-be voters. It makes voters' lives easier by allowing them to choose the polling place that works best for them, rather than having to hunt down the correct precinct in an already busy election day. It allows voters to leave a polling place with a long line in favor of a more convenient location. It alleviates pressure on poll workers who routinely advise voters in long lines to go to shorter ones nearby. And it makes no sense to prevent these benefits of countywide polling on Election Day, especially when voters in all 254 counties have access to it during early voting. Countywide polling is popular amongst voters and election officials alike. We ask you not to vote this bill favorably. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Vera, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in favor of Senate Bill 990. I'm going to focus on one small section of the write-up. Section 1C of the bill repeats the word from 43.007. It has the Secretary of State adopting rules that require a device used for voter check-in to update in real time, and the SOS shall assess a non-compliance fee for any county which does not comply. That's bogus, okay? What's not in there is it doesn't say the SOS will specify the minimum time allotted for updates to the method of measuring measuring compliance. It says that the assumption is these electronic poll books will automatically update fast enough that nobody can drive to 2 or more polling places and vote in 2 places. Not true. When we last had our election judges conduct a test of the updated timing in Harris County, we found that the minimum update time for the voter check-in across the system was 20 minutes. It took 20 minutes from that voter's name to go from that iPad to the iPad across town. Unfortunately, in Harris County, we have polls that are less than 10 minutes apart. So if we can't fix this problem, then one of the underlying technologies supporting countywide polling is false. We ought to at least take a look at it, otherwise we're fooling ourselves. It doesn't comply with the spirit of the section of the code, and that hole needs to be plugged. So please consider paying special attention to the fact that the electronic voter registration machines don't update fast enough to prevent the problem they're supposed to prevent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fair. Mr. Green, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Bob Green. I am here representing Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee for Legislation, and we are in favor of the bill. Some of the things that have been said already were some of the things that was going to say anyway. And there apparently is one other bill that is on the schedule today that would permit some precincts to join together that might be close together and it would be convenient for people. But countywide voting does seem to create pathways for irregularities, and I'll just put it that way, that can create situations where votes can't get to where they're going. And we have plenty of time for early voting, that people shouldn't necessarily be put under a situation where they have problems on election day. So I'm definitely in favor of the bill, as we are as a committee, and probably also as a Travis County party as well. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Menendez, do you have questions? You're recognized.
Thank you. There's a gentleman, you represent the counties, or who exactly do you represent?
I work for Tarrant County. I'm the Tarrant County Elections Administrator, but today I'm here as a member of the Board of Directors of the TAEA.
So you've heard the testimony, and my experience over the last 20 years has been that at times precincts have been changed or their new precincts have been added, and so people will show up to the school to vote where they've always voted, and they're told, no, you no longer vote here, and they're redirected. This is prior to countywide voting. Many times these are folks who are running, they just have just the amount of time dropping off children, going to work, and they've unfortunately maybe waited to the last day, election day, to vote. Under countywide voting, that person could vote anywhere in the county. You've heard the fear of fraud in terms of, let's say, that person deciding while they're going to work, they might vote under countywide voting at their child's school, then drive somewhere closer to work and vote again. Isn't there a way that you can check to see if there have been multiple votes cast by the same person?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last one?
Is there not a way for you to check whether someone has cast a vote twice?
Yes, there is. Even if you use electronic poll books, it's no different than paper. The person has to show ID, be verified by the election judge, and then leave a signature where they're signing under penalty of perjury that they haven't voted anywhere else.
Right.
So even if there was a gap long enough for someone to go from one place to the next and that check-in hasn't propagated down to the next poll book, that person would still be leaving written evidence that they lied under oath and voted twice. So it's a straightforward shot to saying, here's the signature, and there's the 2 judges who verified the ID to ensure that that was the person, because these are in-person voters, what we're talking about.
Yes.
So there's no way to not go back and see the evidence of it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, you testified a second ago. You mentioned the number of, or the location of where polls could be removed or not removed, and you said something about the Department of Justice wouldn't allow for polling sites to be removed from minority communities. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, it's actually in the election code where you talk about that you cannot, minority communities are protected under the Equal Rights Voting Act. So to remove from polling locations from minority areas, according to the DOJ, is not feasible or legal to do. So you'll find out that there, in countywide voting areas, a lot more voting locations in minority areas than there are in others.
So the question that I have is, you used an adjective before you said that. You said unfortunately, and I didn't understand what the unfortunate part of that was.
Well, I think everybody should have the same equal rights to a polling location.
I agree completely.
I think everybody should, polling locations should be spread across the county in a fair, equal manner according to wherever the population is.
Yes.
Precinct voting does that. You have a precinct, you have county commissioners that draw a precinct, and they can't be larger than 5,000 voters, and they're spread out across the county by commissioner precincts. So it's commissioner precincts are equally divided among the voting population. So by putting polling locations in precincts, you ensure that every voter, or at least every 5,000 voters, has a polling location.
Has it not been your experience? It's been my experience. Have you experienced this where in a fast-growth part of a county or a city where they start to combine precincts or separate precincts, and sometimes it's caused a confusion with voters?
That's actually probably how we ended up in countywide voting to begin with, is the election code needs to be changed on, one suggestion to your bill, the election code needs to be changed on combos. Combining precincts together. It's a section in the voting under precinct. It says counties over 250,000 in population cannot combine precincts together, and they cannot exceed 750 voters in a combination, where a maximum size of a precinct is 5,000. So you can't add a precinct that you have 30 voters into, a precinct that already has 1,000 voters, because you would exceed the 750 limit. So it really makes combinations on large counties almost impossible. That needs to be changed. If it was just written to where you had the ability to combine precincts together as long as they don't exceed the 5,000 number, then you would be able to reduce the money the county has to spend on these small precincts for putting polling locations in. You would actually almost get to the same numbers that they are currently using under countywide voting, because they would be able to combine up their small precincts together.
I understand. So it would be your goal, and I'm assuming this is a question for the whole panel, is it not our goal to get as many people in Texas who have the legal right to vote? Isn't that the...
Yes, sir. And to that regard, this is a concern I didn't have a chance to mention in my 2 minutes, but if you go back and look at Texas Election Code 43.007, which is the countywide polling, okay? You remember all the articles over the last few years about Texas has cut so many polls and Texas is reducing voter access? Well, 43.007 allows a county in countywide polling to reduce the number of polling places 35% in the first year and 50% in the next year. And all of our decline in polling locations began with countywide polling. And that's a concern for us because it's allowed. We've actually codified the reduction of polling locations. And that's 43.007.
Yeah. Well, that's something we need to address. I just don't agree with removing the convenience from people who, in many families, may have one car, may have ride the bus to vote. Many people have difficulties, and so countywide provides them a certain convenience.
You put your finger right on the difficult algorithm. Is it more convenient to have more polling locations near you, or to go anywhere, any polling location that's near?
Well, but under your assumption is that if we had more locations, we could have more people working them. It's my experience that we've had more and more difficulty hiring people to work the polling sites. And so if we don't have enough staffing, then what good does it do to have? And so it's a difficult matter, but thank you all for your all's answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall, questions for the witnesses?
You made a statement that if we go to precinct voting, get away from countywide voting, that thousands of people would lose their eligibility to vote.
In the county or in any polling
No,
location
you said they
in
would
the
lose their eligibility to vote, did you not?
I said that they would lose their right to choose their own polling place on Election Day.
But you also said they would lose their eligibility. So I made a note of it as you said it, because I believe eligibility is established 30 days before election starts. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
But,
Correct.
Yes.
okay. So if eligibility is established 30 days before the election starts, then whether there's countywide voting or not has nothing to do with their losing their eligibility. Would you agree?
Their eligibility to vote, correct. What I am saying is that they would lose their right to choose the polling place of their choice in their county on Election Day under this bill.
But I don't believe that's a right that's codified anywhere. But anyway, thank you. Idle. As you go through making decisions about elections, we got two things that often come up as trade-offs with each other. One is convenience, and the other is security. In that, which of those two is most important to the outcome of the election?
Security and integrity, absolutely.
Security. Absolutely. I mean, it's almost no comparison.
No doubt there, yes.
Okay. And so when you think about the difference between what you're able to do with security with countywide voting versus precinct voting, which greatly simplifies the voting process. And simplicity and complexity go hand in hand. More complex things are, generally the less secure they are.
Not necessarily a direct relationship.
Okay. So here we're talking about a situation where we're talking about simplifying to improve security.
I disagree with that statement, sir.
Okay.
I don't think that this program, and that's what I said in my testimony, we don't believe as an association that this program creates any vulnerabilities, because otherwise we would have a huge 2-week problem with early voting. We can do early voting securely. We're just doing the same thing for one more day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Any other questions for this panel of witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. And before we call the next panel, Senator Birdwell has a question for you, Senator Hall. He missed your layout, and so Senator Birdwell, you're recognized with the questions for the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hall, one of the questions I would have asked on your bill, had I been here, as we're all running around in various places, many of my rural counties for early voting do a consolidated. Does this bill impact early voting periods or just election day periods?
No, I believe that the countywide voting is election day. That's what we're trying to address. It's not going to affect polling locations, which quite often some of the smaller counties will put precincts, multiple precincts in a single location. Right. That doesn't touch that. What this moves to do is to get everyone voting in a precinct, voting in the same place, not spread out all over the place where you have to then go gather votes from all over the county to put them together to figure out what the precinct vote was.
Right. Right.
It's to simplify it.
So it doesn't impact the early voting period, which many of my home county, many of my counties, I mean, the expense of operating multiple locations during the early voting period, it doesn't affect the early voting period. They can use a consolidated location during early voting, or as many as they might desire. And then for election day, it's as you've described.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. The chair now calls the following witnesses: Amber Mills,
Well, after you.
Senator Menendez, please.
I was just going to say, you can call them up, and I just have a question for the author once you've finished.
Thank you. Very good. That's why I'll get the witnesses on the way, then we'll recognize you to question the author. Thank you. The chair calls Amber Mills, Jamila English, Rayford Brown, Rosemary Clouston, Louise Joy, Thomas Korkmas, Marcia Strickler. Again, the chair calls Amber Mills, Jamila English, Rayford Brown, Rosemary Clouston, Louise Joy, Thomas Korkmas, Marcia Strickler.
Thank you.
And the chair calls James Keller, Andre Lemke. James Keller, Andre Lemke. Very good. Let's get started. So we'll start on my left, your right. So introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Marcia Strickler. I'm Williamson County. I am for the bill. Thank you, Senator Hall, for this good bill. I appreciate you always fighting for election integrity. And although countywide voting may be more convenient for some, protecting our vote is more important. By returning to precinct-level voting, we will be able to have more transparency for our audit logs, and it will be much easier to detect electronic hacking and vote tabulation fraud. We will also be able to identify when more voters are voting in a precinct than the total amount of registered voters in that precinct, which has occurred in Williamson County in the past. Please consider adding an addendum to this bill to include that the results tape include precinct by precinct results as well, as today it does not in Williamson County. Thank you, Senator Hall.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. You're recognized.
My name is James Keller. I'm from Hays County. If you go back 15 years, we may remember a time when we had precinct results coming in on election day. People would watch the results and they go, oh, we've got results from this precinct or that precinct. There's an immediacy that actually prevents people having time to fiddle with the numbers. Precinct results could be accessed immediately because they didn't have to be teased out of all of the voting locations weeks after the election. The numbers are a hairball as it is. Countywide voting necessitates a long delay in seeing precinct results, and this allows a would-be election hacker a long opportunity to massage numbers and hide inconsistencies. Countywide voting makes the printing of results tapes an important memorialization of early results take immensely longer because they would have to be printed out, one printout for every precinct in the county. I believe Harris has over 1,000 precincts, and I remember at the 2018, I think it was, convention, Republican convention, that some individuals from Harris that were poll workers said they use this as an excuse for why they didn't have to or shouldn't have to print county precinct by precinct results tapes. So I do believe that we are essentially, with the existing system, trading credibility of the results for convenience. And in most cases, voters have to travel further from home to reach a countywide voting location than they would if they just voted at the precinct, which in my case is just, down the street. So it's, or has been, thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. welcome, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Andre Lemke, and I really appreciate the efforts of all of you senators. Thank you, Senator Hall, for this bill. I am speaking on behalf of Hays County citizen Laura Nunn, who had to be called away on an emergency, and then I have a few brief comments of my own. The largest recount in Texas history is still taking place after the 2020 general election for the criminal DA race in Hays County, Texas. Many citizens who support election integrity attended the recount as watchers and/or counters. What we witnessed was horrible. Due to the county-wide polling place program, every single ballot bag contained ballots from as many as 79 voting precincts, plus the ballots by mail. The recount remains incomplete. The chain of custody was ripped to shreds. To date, we still lack documentation for the chain of custody of all ballot bags. The county has delayed responding to our public information request for that documentation, with no explanation for why the number of ballot bags from various locations don't match. This problem is not unprecedented in Texas, as I'm sure you know. Hays County Judge Ruben Becerra violated Texas Election Code 212.134 during the recount by forbidding talliers from recording the polling location on the tally sheets, insisting that the precinct number printed on the ballot be the only identifier. Further, he and a lawyer who was present threatened counters with expulsion for recording that information on the sheets. Discrepancies in the counts could not be trusted without the chain of custody for where those ballots were cast. The countywide polling place program is responsible for this mishandling of election records. Also relevant to the problematic countywide polling place program is the fiasco that was the partial manual count conducted in November. The elections administrator broke several election statutes in the execution of the PMC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, what I'll do here, if I may, in the absence of the chair, what I usually do is let the entire panel speak and then ask questions of the entirety of the panel. So with that, sir, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent, and you have how many minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Thomas Larry Quirkmas. Speaking for myself, previously I was an election judge and election worker in Harris County, and also I'm the previous central count judge for Bell County. In 2019, I've got this resolution passed by the Harris County Republican Committee that would do away with countywide voting in its entirety. This went without any modifications. It was a unanimous vote. And as anyone can see in Harris County, since this did not happen for a number of reasons, but since this didn't happen, you see the status right now of Harris County. As far as I'm concerned, having been an election judge. When I was an election judge and we did elections precinct by precinct, it was the lowest level and the closest level to the neighborhoods that they served. We answered to those people. There was little problems at that point in our elections. Yes, it's true, you have to find workers to do the elections, and in a place like Harris County, it was very, very difficult, but not always that difficult. We could do it, and we did do it. But it puts the election as close to the people as you can possibly get it. And for that reason, I am for this bill, and I would ask you to pass this bill. It is probably one of the most important pieces of legislation I see here today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quirkmas. Ma'am, you are recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Mills, and I am testifying on behalf of Move Texas Action Fund against the bill. I'll start by saying this. Countywide voting serves as a vital tool used by voters to make their voices heard and to participate in our democracy. If SB 990 were passed and the countywide polling place program were to be eliminated, Texas would be opening up our elections to chaos, confusion, and an even lower voter turnout. In a House election hearing just a few weeks ago, the Secretary of State's office testified that about 90 counties use countywide voting, about 80% of Texas voters use countywide voting on Election Day, and that there haven't been any consistent issues directable to countywide voting. So my question is this: if we have a program in place that is popular among voters, increases ease and accessibility, and has no associated problems, why are we here discussing its elimination rather than its expansion to all 254 counties? SB 990 helps no one and hurts everyone. Entertaining this bill says the quiet part out loud about how governance too often seems to really work in this building. Take what's popular with Texans and do the opposite, ignore positive evidence, and take what's working for once in Texas democracy and put it to a stop. For young people and people with disabilities, countywide polling allows them to choose the most convenient and accessible locations to cast their ballots. For others, such as those who work late, early in the morning, or multiple jobs, countywide voting offers more flexibility within limited voting hours to be able to make a plan to vote based on where they will be and when. Resorting back to precinct-only voting would be undoing years of good, necessary progress in our election systems. It will inevitably mean that voters who wanted to vote may be rejected for not understanding needless technicalities like assigned locations. Instead of eliminating the countywide polling program and shutting off ways to access the ballot box, we should recenter the conversation on how to increase voter participation and build a positive culture of civic engagement that works with people's lives, not against them. Like we at Move Texas break a sweat but smile to do every election. Until that conversation can be had, the one Texans deserve, I urge this committee to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions of the panel. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to be that those that are opposing countywide voting use the terms popular and convenient as the top criteria for making decisions about what we should do about our elections, which is not what we should have to bring confidence in the security and the accuracy of the outcome. You talked about used to have precinct voting in your county, I believe, from Hays County?
Yes.
Okay. With countywide voting, how many voting locations are there in Hays County?
Well, first of all, I moved to Hays County after countywide voting happened.
Okay, well now that's what I'm asking.
I was in San Antonio before.
Okay.
And I walked to my voting location.
Okay. Currently, how many locations could you go to in the county to vote?
You mean how many precincts?
No. You are an individual. How many locations could they go cast their vote in the county?
In Hays County? In
Hays County.
Well, I'm just aware of a couple of the places, but I know, well, in other words, in the area of Wimberley,
it's not just general. You do have countywide voting there, is that correct?
Yes, we have countywide voting in Wimberley.
So there are several dozen, at least.
Yes.
That somebody could go, several dozen.
You could go to Kyle, you could go to Buda, or you could go to all these other
And so
places.
every one of those locations could actually have votes from every precinct in the state. So in the result, and you're concerned about producing the precinct totals, in order to get a precinct total, you have to put together dozens and dozens of locations that have votes from that precinct, as opposed to precinct voting, which you'd only have to go to one place. And that's an example of what I'm talking about, the difference in complexity that leads to possible error, as opposed to simplicity, which minimizes the possible error. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. And also the delay, which creates an opportunity for people to fiddle with the numbers. And if they're going to produce fake numbers, they have to have numbers that agree across for all these precincts. And it'll be exposed if they tried to do it in a hurry.
Yeah, there's no question about that opportunity. But the biggest problem is the one we really have no way of knowing and no control and no checks on, and that's just plain human error in handing data in multiple locations that have to fit together precisely, not just close. This is not horseshoes. This is our elections, and they have to fit together precisely. And the votes coming from a single precinct will be much easier to make sure that we have an accurate election. So thank you. Yes.
Senator Hall, in Williamson County in 2020, we had a precinct level data glitch on our ballot, and our election administrator had to go back to court and ask to reopen central count to manually sort 234,810 ballots into precinct piles manually with 30 people in the office to do that. It took a week to do that, and when they came back to the commissioner's court to report out, those numbers were not accurate. If we had precinct level voting, we would not have had a precinct level data glitch. We wouldn't have had to go through all of that, and we still to this day do not know the true outcome of our election in 2020 in Williamson County because of that.
And what we really don't know is how many other counties had that problem that nobody noticed because it's so complex and there is no baseline and no way to compare anything. So that kind of a glitch could be happening in every one of the counties in which there's countywide voting, and we wouldn't know it.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any other questions of the panel? All right. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you. I'm going to call the next five to come join us, and then the next five after that, be ready, you're on deck. You'll be in the following panel. Chair calls Colonel Rayford Brown, Rosemary Clouston, Luis Joy, Louis Figueroa, and Dr. Laura Presley. Would those five please join us at the witness table? Followed by that, the next five on deck, Lucy Traynor, Bill Sargent, Susanna Carranza, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeBille, and Jack Finger. The five of y'all will be on the next panel. So with that, do we have everybody? Colonel Brown?
You got them for everybody? Yep.
Rosemary? Is that you? Okay. Luis Figueroa, that's you. And then Louise Joy. Louise, are you here? All right. Some folks may be coming from the gallery. We'll go with the three that we've got right now, and if the Colonel and Louise join us, we'll get them signed up. So with that, Mr. Figueroa, we'll go from my left to right, so if you'd go first, and each of you has 2 minutes, please state your name, whom you represent. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luis Figueroa, and I'm the Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan, and we are here in opposition to the bill. I just wanted to give a little bit of brief history. I was involved in the negotiations and a lot of these discussions in my previous job. And this bill was an effort to address the number one issue that comes up when you do election protection work. When I was doing election protection work from 2004 to 2015, the number one issue was I don't know where to vote, and they would have to call either the county or a civic organization like ourselves and try to figure out where their precinct was. Back in the days, we had to look up their precinct number based on the newspaper, right? The newspaper would print all the precincts and where the locations were. We'd have to find their precinct number on their voter registration card and try to get them to the right place. Obviously, some of that can be done online now, but the fact remains it was a very confusing and problematic process where people were showing up at the wrong precincts and attempting to vote at the wrong precinct, which I think leads to more fraud and confusion for the county election officials and the voters. So this program was actually implemented very smartly by our former senator from Lubbock, who started as a pilot program, grew it out to counties, put limitations on it, and made sure that there was not going to be any fraud or confusion. As a result, it's been in place since 2008 with limited problems, has really solved the voter confusion and reduced fraud, and essentially been implemented very effectively in all these years without any indications. Last, I just want to say that the issue of people voting in two locations is not a a reason to implement this bill. As has pointed out by the election officials, there is an electronic voter registration database that prevents that from happening. And even if you didn't have countywide voting, you could still show up at different precincts and vote provisionally at different places, which would be even more confusing because we would have all these provisional ballots from people trying to figure out where their precinct is. So for those reasons, we ask you to oppose this legislation and continue the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Ms. Clouston, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Rosemarie Clouston. I am speaking on behalf of myself. However, my testimony is informed by my experience over the past 3 years when I was the voter protection director for the Texas Democratic Party and spoke to many election officials, election judges, activists, and voters throughout our state. So there is no current problem with our election administration that this bill solves. In his layout, Senator Hall did not cite any specific concerns or problems, but is proposing that we should upend a system that is working well for 91 of our counties in order to address these unspecified problems. It's only a disservice to voters with no benefit on the other side of the equation. If the senator and his supporters would like to specify the problems that they have, I'm sure that the EAs, clerks, and Secretary of State would be happy to work with them to address those problems in a narrower and more tailored way rather than this overly broad attempt at a solution that does not actually solve the problem. As Administrator Garcia pointed out, the issues that people who have previously testified claimed exist would not be solved because their concerns are not unique to countywide voting. Those same issues of people from multiple precincts voting in a location happen throughout the early voting period throughout the state. So this alleged solution does not solve any of the problems they've laid out, and they are seeking convenience from an administrative standpoint at the expense of voter convenience. And as Senator Menendez pointed out earlier, if we are trying to encourage every Texan who is eligible to cast a ballot, we do need to prioritize convenience, not above security, but above administrative convenience, certainly. And this change would, as other folks have said, cause significant voter confusion and disenfranchise people because they will cast provisional ballots in the wrong polling place that will not be counted. And you also need to consider the funding that would be needed to do proper public education for this dramatic change, which would have to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, I would guess.
Thank you, Ms. Clouston. And then Dr. Presley, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Laura Presley. I'm representing True Texas Elections. Senator Hall, you've talked a lot about the convenience, pardon me, convenience versus security. I'd like to reiterate what the Hays County woman said about convenience versus auditability of the elections. I have done 12 recounts in the state of Texas. I helped with the Hays County recount. That was an absolute disaster. There were 70 ballot boxes. The Secretary of State and the county supported that they would not put the precinct numbers onto the tally sheets, and it made it impossible to unscramble the egg of precinct level results. Today, reported results for elections are by precinct. When you have vote centers and you have a results tape from the vote center, you never can marry up the precinct level results and the vote center results because there's nothing to delineate that in the code or in the process. The audit logs of the main tabulation computer, there's an administrative code that says the audit log, again we're talking security versus audit, the audit log is supposed to record the number of ballots for a given precinct. The Secretary of State at this point has defined precinct to be vote center. So now you don't have the auditability of precinct level results and what's on the audit log. You don't have it. And actually, Mr. Garcia was incorrect. In the audit the Secretary of State did, it was raised in the audit that they couldn't audit to precinct because the audit logs had countywide results. And I recommend for Senator Hall's bill that we also apply this to early vote.
Okay.
And I'm here for questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions of the panel? All right. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Lucy Trainer, Bill Sargent, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeVille, and Jack Finger. And then on deck, if they are still with us, Colonel Rayford Brown and Louise Joy, if y'all would be ready to go. So with that, we'll go left to right. So ma'am, if you would, each of you has 2 minutes. Please state your name, whom you represent, and you are recognized.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm representing myself. I oppose Senate Bill 990. Well, as mentioned earlier, early voting is already countywide, and please do not even consider eliminating that during early voting, because you essentially are going to destroy the entire system and have everybody uprooting, their election systems and cost a lot of money and create chaos. But counties already have the tools and procedures to do countywide voting, because they have been doing that during early voting for many, many, many years successfully. In fact, every county does that. Right? It's like all counties have that ability to do that during early voting. Election day is no different. In fact, I would argue that switching from countywide on early voting to precinct specific on election day causes more confusion, because the counties need 2 different systems. The training is different for election day or early voting. So there are a lot of more confusion by having 2 systems. It's much better to have countywide throughout. Also, a few of the bill supporters said that countywide polling might increase irregularities because you do not have all the voters for a given precinct in a single place. Again, I think you're wrong. I would argue that polling places make it much harder for anyone to interfere with the results of any precinct, since the voters would be spread out amongst multiple sites. I hear over and over again that Texas doesn't want to get, a universal system everywhere, because by having different systems in different counties, it makes it harder for tampering. Well, if voters for a precinct are voting everywhere, there is no way to try to tip the election for, let's say, a local election like a city or something like that, because the votes are spread out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, you're next. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Senator Birdwell. Thank you, members, for having us. My name is Lucy Trainer, and I'm the Election Integrity Director for the Republican Party of Texas. The party supports fully the return of precinct-based voting for all of our counties under Senate Bill 990. We believe this would be an excellent reform and adds a critical component to the foundational security of our elections overall. Precinct-based voting protects against voter fraud by knowing who is coming in and out of any given polling location in our local neighborhoods. We have ultimately, just like Senator Hall had said previously, traded security for convenience when we can vote anywhere depending on our personal schedule. If voting is truly important, then it should be safeguarded with the utmost security and ever vigilant watchfulness with who is legally voting. We firmly believe a return to precinct-based voting is in the best interest of all our 254 counties and Texas as a whole. This bill was approved by the SREC Elections Integrity Committee. Moreover, election integrity is our #1 legislative priority. At our most recent state convention, precinct-based voting is a critical component to detecting fraud while also restoring confidence in our elections, and it has the full support of the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Hoorah.
Hoorah. Yes, sir.
I'm Bill Sargent. I'm the former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections from Galveston County. I've had boots on the ground, so I understand how it works and how this all works. And if Senator Mendez or others would like to ask me some questions about how it does work, I'll be happy to do that after my testimony. Countywide vote centers work the same way as early voting does. In Galveston County, we use them since 2011 without any major issues, no chain of custody problems either. Additionally, the voters love them, and especially if they're not near their home precinct on election night and they want to get to the polls and they're running late. That said, there are some issues, especially in the state of Harris, if I may use that term. In Harris County, there's so much data being transferred because you have so many people voting, coming out to vote, and so you've got all these data packages going back and forth, and it just clogs up the system. And in some cases, you've had as much as 30 to 45-minute lag time from the time the person signs in until you actually get that information populated to all the polling places, which means you could have a person vote in two different locations and have that vote count. That is an issue. So my recommendation to you is, I'm not in favor of this bill, but if you're going to do something about it, limit it to medium and small-sized counties. When you have counties like Harris County and others that have so many people voting and you have massive turnouts, you got problems. Now, if you want to talk about how Harris County became a countywide vote center county, I'd love to talk about that. If you want to talk about integrity, I can tell you about that. I have had boots on the ground, and that's what I want to talk about is whenever you get the question.
Okay. Mr. Sargent, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard you say you're not opposed to the bill if there's some adjustment.
I'm opposed to the bill.
You're opposed to the bill. Okay, I just
yes, sir.
wanted to testify.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that first.
So I wanted to make sure if you were on the bill.
No, I'm against it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Although I must say that I'm a friend of Senator Hall, and I hate to come out and oppose something he's provided. But.
All right. And then, ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Valerie DeBille, and I am opposed to this bill. There's been lots of talk from other witnesses about how people should be willing to do X, Y, and Z if they think voting is important. But let me be clear that voting is a right, not a privilege. It is incumbent on the government to facilitate that. Having alternate voting locations to choose within the countywide jurisdiction of the authority holding the election helps voters who have difficulty traveling to their home precinct to vote. I've worked in voter protection since 2018, and a huge percentage of the calls that we get involve helping people find their polling locations. The actual precinct is printed on every paper ballot and is in every ballot style on the machines that we use in Travis County. So the precincts being mixed up is not really a legitimate issue. I've served as an election judge since 2020, and the countywide polling places have not presented any problem that I've ever observed. I often serve on election day at a middle school in a sparsely populated corner of Travis County, and it helps teachers, other school workers, and parents, including officers who are there to provide security for the school, can vote at the school because they may not be at their home precinct during the day. We have never had definitive day of results. What the news media does on election day is predicting based on estimates, predicting based on returns. That's why we have close elections that get called weeks and days later. That's why we have mandatory recount thresholds. That's why all of the stories today have been ultimately resolved for the most part. Losing doesn't mean somebody cheated. We need to stop making laws based on conspiracy theories and start basing them in reality.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Finger, I believe you are last, so you're recognized.
Yes, well, Mr. Chair, other senators on the committee, Mr. Menendez, my senator, and Mr. Bob Hall. For the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. I am from San Antonio, and I am in favor of this bill. I've approached some of you on other issues in the past, and election integrity is something that's near and dear to my heart. Why this is a good one? Well, simply because we have, in my county, we have had some very shady dealings dealing with election integrity. The election administrator has stopped poll watchers from doing their job. And so consequently, why the electronic fraud can make a 60% winner look like a 40% loser. I don't like that. And this issue about the need for convenience, I'm sorry, that does not wash with me either. Oh, my God, we have convenience already. I mean, look at the number of weeks we have for early voting. And a person cannot come to I'm sorry, but I think the fact that they can't find their election precinct. I think that's a rare exception. They should be able to find it easily. No, I'm sorry. There's really no excuse why it has to be countywide. I think this is a good bill because it helps make election fraud a lot harder. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Menendez, any questions? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, you say you are from Dallas County, right?
I'm from Galveston County, sir.
I'm sorry?
Galveston County.
Galveston County. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, never mind. I misunderstood you. I was confused by it. No, that's good. I'm good.
Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I had a thought I wanted to mention, but if there are no questions, I won't.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask the gentleman in the blazer a question?
Well,
please do.
Here's the one major issue I want to ask, or a question I want to ask. If there really is a problem with election integrity over countywide vote centers, it's the same as early voting. So draw the logical conclusion. If we have a problem with countywide vote centers and election integrity, do we also have a problem with early voting? And should we make early voting precinct specific because we have that problem? I would suggest to you that we do not have that problem. And in Harris County, when the Secretary of State approved them for countywide vote centers, which I think was a mistake, they did so because when they had the test, when they ran the test for it, they did it on a local election which only included a third of the total voting population. And then they granted it because they said they did it successfully. You don't do that. You do it based on the entire population and see whether you can run it. And they didn't do it well. They haven't done it very well because of that.
So now I'm going to ask a real question. So, all right, I show up to vote. I present my driver's license. They look me up. I sign.
Yes,
They print my ballot. It has my name and my precinct number on the ballot. I stick it in the machine.
It does not have your name.
No,
it doesn't have my name. It has a number or whatever it has. Okay, the identification number. The point is, it has the precinct number. We vote, hit print or vote, and it prints out the ballot receipt with the who voted which way. I put that in the box. Why is there a problem with where's the? I don't see where the fraud comes in. If the precinct number's on there, who I voted is on there, and there's a paper record of it, where's the fraud?
Yeah, the only thing you have when you sign in, you get a code.
Right.
You take that code to the controller. That code carries only the ballot style and precinct that you're in.
Right.
And you get that ballot in that precinct style.
Right.
You then go to the machine and you vote.
Correct.
And it prints out the paper copy for you.
Right.
As opposed to what we did in the code last session. And you take it over to the scanner and you scan it, all right? At that point, you have a paper copy and you also have the electronic version of it. And the only problem I see is when you have a large county and you end up with a situation where it takes so long for that information about somebody signing in to populate across all the polling locations that a person could vote twice. That's why I say, if you're going to do this, take counties like Harris County and say, you can't do it. You're too big.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you to each of our witnesses. Thanks for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks for being here.
I'll be back.
Is that a threat or a promise?
The chair calls Rayford Brown, Louise Joy. Rayford Brown and Louise Joy. And those are the last two witnesses we have remaining registered wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 990. So we're looking for Rayford Brown, Louise Joy, and I'll ask, is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the bill? Come on down to the table and...
You didn't call our names, but we signed up.
Come on down to the table and we'll visit. Come on down, that's okay. Y'all just have a seat, please. Okay, so I think you were saying that you registered, but we didn't call your name. Tell me your name, please.
Elizabeth Barron.
Elizabeth Vera.
And Clyde Neal as well.
So I'll ask you both. So of course we want to hear from you. Will you do me a favor And will you go to the kiosk and just register again after you testify, just to make sure that we have all your information?
Sure.
Very well. Okay, thanks. Then we'll start over here on your right, my left, and please introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Can you get a little closer to the microphone? We don't want to miss your testimony.
Let's see. Let's scooch. And I am registered, and I was called earlier and just made it.
Lean in just a little more. I'm sorry. So we can.
Okay.
There you go. We got
There we
you.
go. Okay.
Give us your name and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Jamila English, and I'm the Legislative Director for Engage Texas. We uplift the political voice of the Muslim voter, and we work for pluralistic democracy at home and abroad. And we are opposed to SB 990. Election poll workers have told us that there used to be a lot of complaints that they had to turn away hundreds of voters on election day because they were simply at the wrong polling location. Disenfranchising voters through administrative obstacles such as requiring precinct voting also throws doubt on the credibility of results. People are at work from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and voting near their place of employment is just much, much easier. Polling locations have been added since instituting the countywide polling, and there will be a lot of confusion getting rid of this polling, and a lot of people will not be able to vote in the next election. With this program, more Texans can participate in one of the most fundamental American rights, the right to vote. Thank you.
Ms. English, thank you. And we had called you, so I'm glad you made it. We didn't miss your testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
I'm Clyde Neal, a resident of Fort Bend County, Texas. I'm here to speak for Senate Bill 990 to end countywide voting. My professional background includes 4 decades of development of electronic equipment similar to voting systems. And in November 2022, I was presiding judge of Central Count in Fort Bend. Countywide voting makes elections less transparent, much more vulnerable to error or misdeed, and more difficult to verify, as many of the other witnesses have talked about. I want to just focus on a couple of points. If you will, let's look at what countywide voting does to the inherent limit of vulnerability of the number of votes that can be affected, okay? If you have a countywide, for each countywide voting center, the maximum number of votes that you can enter into that voting center is essentially all the registered voters of the county, okay? If you have a precinct-wide voting or a precinct-established voting, then it's limited to the registrants in that precinct. So what happens is, if you then sum up the total of that, each countywide voting location can be, in our case, 500,000 votes times, let's say, 60 to 80 voting centers, okay? Whereas precinct-wise, you would have 1/60th of that for each one. So the opportunity for an error or a misdeed or a hack, okay, is almost limitless with countywide voting. You only have to hit one, and you can make a very large difference. With precinct-level voting, you have to hit, you would have to go to many, many, many in order to get the same effect.
Thank you for your testimony. And introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Sure. My name is Elizabeth Barron, and I'm a resident of Travis County. I'm here representing myself, but also Texas First, which is a group of grassroots across the state that have been working on election integrity. My background is as a management consultant for Accenture in Booz Allen Hamilton. I analyze complex problems and develop solutions, and we've been applying that acumen to looking at our elections. Wanted to speak on just from a basic systems perspective. Countywide voting magnifies vulnerabilities and reduces transparency, much as Clyde talked about some of that. But failures at countywide centers, whether nefarious or mismanagement, impact a far greater number of voters and thus have higher potential for altering race outcomes. Countywide voting is a gift to bad actors. They only need to focus on a few targets to game the system. Additionally, and the main point of what I want to talk about today is countywide voting requires the electronic poll books, and those are needed to update real time so that people can't vote at multiple locations. To provide that data, the electronic poll books must be networked. And we all know that any network is vulnerable. Even what we would consider our most secure networks, that the DOJ and the SolarWinds hack have brought all of that into question. In our most recent election, a member of our own Texas First team witnessed their electronic poll books suddenly checking in hundreds of voters above and beyond the number of voters who had showed up to vote that day. I've attached there some affidavits from that to what I submitted, and then I have a whole bunch more that I just don't want to copy that many. But so the problem is with the countywide requires e-poll books. E-poll books are severely vulnerable, and people say nothing has happened. We have no problem. Here are the affidavits just prove it.
And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your
Melinda
testimony.
Roberts. I registered, but my name wasn't called.
Give us your full name one more time.
Melinda Roberts.
Very good. We'll make sure you're in the system. And
Okay, thank you.
will you check in with our lawyer over there at the table? Just Ms. Mess, you have to leave to make sure we got you in there.
Okay.
Thank you. We're not fussing at y'all for technical. We just want to make sure we have everything in there correctly. So go introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony. Thank
Okay, Melinda Roberts. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as Bexar County Election Integrity. Citywide voting reduces the integrity of our elections for reasons that you've already heard today. It makes audits impossible. I personally live within 4 minutes of 3 voting centers. If we took all 3 of them away, I would live within 4.5 to 5 minutes. Via Bus offers free rides to the voting center and back. I personally attended the Secretary of State required audit at our central count. It could not be reported correctly because the boxes had votes from all over the county. They could not, as Dr. Presley noted, marry the votes, the precinct, with the tapes. So it was basically a fake audit is what it was. Depending on the election, Bexar County has around 300 voting centers that can't be fully staffed. Our EA has to call a temporary service to get extra workers to staff these voting centers. Our team has a list of every voting center in the county, and we had a data analysis guy look at it, and he calculated how far the next nearest voting center was. It was 0.3 miles, it was a half a mile, the next one was another half a mile, the next one might be 1 mile, might be 3 miles. They're everywhere. And again, it destroys the ability to do an accurate recount or an accurate audit within the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 990? All right, go ahead and have a seat. And have you already, did you check in with
Yes.
the lady here? Okay, very good. We got you. Thank you so much. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is John Clark. I'm a resident of Hays County. There's many other things I'd rather be doing than doing this. But in 2020, I voted in downtown Buda City Hall. This is what my ballot looked like. It was squares and rectangles. It did not provide me the spreadsheet columns of the race and the candidate. I showed the clerk at the back door, and she told me if there's a problem with my ballot, the tabulator will kick it out. It took it. I got my sticker, stepped outside, and I waited for my wife. When she comes out, I asked her if she looked at her ballot, and she said no. So for 2 years, I thought I was crazy. That following week, I did speak to our election administrator, and she told me it doesn't do this. Well, I stressed to her that it did, and I hoped that she looked into it, and she never got back with me. So now, as a aware citizen, I've been participating as a poll watcher. The level of pushback that I've gotten as a poll watcher, from being threatened with the fire marshal, from law enforcement, to be called a racist by elections judges, has just, it's given me a deeper dive into what's going on. And what I'm hearing is from people who are paying attention that there is something wrong with our elections, and I believe them simply for the fact that it just goes in hand with my experience of 2020.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions? Thank you for being here. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 990? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 397. Recognize this author, Senator Hall, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The 87th legislature passed SB 1 during the second call special session to increase the security of elections. The legislation added the requirement to print results tapes immediately after the closing of polls on election day, with each election judge or alternate judge required to sign the printed tapes. This imposed an important chain of custody measure. However, the provision did not extend to the early voting period, leaving the statute inconsistent on this matter and neglecting to enact the same safeguards for early voting. Early voting accounts for well over half of our votes in the process. Senate Bill 379 amends the Election Code 61.002C to simply require the printing of results tapes immediately after closing the polls for voting on the last day of voting by personal appearance. Mr. Chairman, I do have a committee substitute. The committee substitute requires both the presiding and alternate elections judge to sign the results tapes for early voting. The signed tapes shall be sealed in a secure envelope, and the envelope signed by both judges. The envelope shall be returned to the county election authority on election day. Up to 3 poll watchers may sign the tape.
Chair sends up the committee substitute, which Senator Hall has explained. It's now before us. Any questions for Senator Hall on the committee substitute? Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hall, I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to solve, and I think what you're saying is, now, where would this count be held? I think for me, there'd be a concern that this count could, the possibility of it being leaked, or you're saying at the end of early vote, is it every day, or is it at the end of the whole period?
At the end of early voting, the last day.
Okay, all right. And just for clarification purposes, the polls close when everyone who has stood in line, arrived in time before the closing time has voted, correct?
Yeah, voting is done. It would, if there's a long line and voting continues, it occurs after the last voter has voted.
Okay. And you'd like for the count to be completed, and I would assume stored with the others. Obviously, we don't want to impact Election Day voting by having these numbers released, correct?
That's great. It would be secured immediately in envelope, stored, secured, not to be published.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Any other questions, members, for the author? Very well. We'll open public testimony. And the chair calls Alan Vera, Robert Green, Ida Garcia, Ed Johnson, and Bill Sargent. welcome to each. I think welcome back to each of you. And good to see you again. Mr. Garcia, I don't want to rush you, but if you're ready to go, you're in first position. So introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Okay, and this time I'll say it properly. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name's Hyder Garcia. I'm the Elections Administrator for Tarrant County, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and myself. And we are testifying against this bill. So there are three main reasons why we are registering our position against this bill. The first one is the potential problems with the early release of results from early voting ahead of Election Day. This is, we're talking about 96 hours, almost 96 hours before the close of polls on Election Day. And we will make sure the committee gets copies of this. There's a report that we found from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, British Islands and Mediterranean region of the 2019 Virgin Islands election. A lot of words, but in essence, this is an election observation group who notes in their report, page 10, shortly after advanced polling, the alleged results of some districts were disseminated on WhatsApp. It was subsequently identified that one published report accurately reflected a district result. As such, the integrity of the electoral process was undermined. And they continue then to make on page a recommendation saying consideration should be given to no longer printing advanced poll results at the closing of the advanced poll and instead rely on the memory drive. Alternatively, candidates and agents should be positioned where there is a lower risk of seeing the results. We share the spirit of the bill. We believe that having a better audit trail will help the auditability of the election, but we have concerns with those numbers getting out ahead of it. Our second point is we think this might have a conflict with some of the text that was passed in SB 1 2 years ago. Section 33.056, subsection C of the Texas Elections Code right now says, a watcher is entitled to inspect the returns and other records prepared by the elections officers at the location at which the watcher is serving, which means as elections administrator and election judges, we would not be able to prevent those results from being shared with watchers. We're mandated to share them. And then our last point, 10 seconds, is what happens in situations where equipment is swapped, the ballot box is full. What do we do with those machines? Do we take them? Do we have to leave them? Do we have to print them the day they have a problem? I mean, we have a lot of operational concerns around this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are adhering to the time limits, but we will have questions because we want to hear all the testimony. Sergeant, welcome. Introduce yourself again. Go ahead.
Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County. I am testifying in opposition to the bill, even though, Senator, I like you a lot. Okay? I prefer the idea, Senator, that you had about having one election period. Doing away with early voting and not having a break between early voting and Election Day. I like that a lot. And if you do that, you get away from this problem that we're talking about today. But instead of having to run a tape at the end of early voting, you have one voting period. That's not a problem. However, how are we going to stop and control some rogue election worker, be it a presiding judge or alternate judge or even a poll watcher, from somehow leaking that information? The answer is you're not. Especially if you're in Harris County, you're not going to do that. That's the main problem I have with this. If you run it, you're not going to be able to hold it secure. And so, you know, with the shenanigans we've been seeing going on in Harris County and other places, that we want to make sure that doesn't occur. That's why I'm opposing this bill. I much prefer your idea of making it one election period. It makes a whole lot of sense. It costs a lot less money to do, and it would make it, you know, we would go that route. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Thanks for your testimony. And I'm going to pause before we go on with the testimony, and I'm going to ask Senator Hall a question. Senator Hall, your originally filed bill was just added this process for early voting, but then your committee substitute, I think it was intended to address this problem of the release of the early voting results. Is that right? Can you make sure, tell us about that?
Yes,
make sure we don't
that is correct. And we are looking.
And I'll say, and the witnesses probably haven't seen the substitute, so we're not fussing at you. I want to give Senator Hall a chance to explain it.
Not to listen, and we're looking into putting a penalty on that if it is released. So that is recognized, and we do want to keep it. But the other part about it is, I believe, I mean, just to ask a question. Go ahead. When can you actually start actually print that tape? What's the soonest you can print the tapes? After right now today, after the polls close, you can print the tape starting the next morning, right?
Well, we with early voting, we go ahead and print a tape, which gives us a list of how many people voted, but it doesn't say how they voted. So we already do that in early voting. We run that, and we know exactly how many votes we cast.
But before election is over, you can start printing those results, right?
Well, it depends on how the equipment is set up. If you program the equipment to do that, you can do that. We typically do not do that because we don't want to have information going out. But
Yeah, I believe the technical answer to your question is at any point that we program the system to allow to do it. Procedurally, it depends on when the county has a policy of printing those tapes.
Right, but so you can actually print those tapes before election day is done.
It is technically possible, yes.
So Mr. Chairman, what we're talking about is printing these tapes at the precinct before the equipment is moved, which is just a few hours before they can actually print them back at the headquarters where anybody could release them out there. So there's no real increase in security for just a few hours because the polls were being open for days afterwards in there. So,
but Senator, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Are you saying that the equipment stays where we're at the early voting location until election day, or what?
No. I'm just saying what I'm talking about are the tapes are printed at the precinct before the equipment is moved, before the memory card is removed. That you can then, if the memory card is taken back to Central County, you can start printing those tapes before the polls close on election day. And so the only difference we're talking is a few hours difference when those tapes could be printed.
The problem still exists, though, about how do you make sure somebody doesn't give it to a candidate or a campaign or a party?
Yeah.
Senator, can I interject?
So, go ahead, Senator Hall, did you have a question? I want to recognize Mr. Johnson
go back
in response.
To the question. I was just trying to get a clarification of a complete answer.
No, thank you. So I'll tell you what, Mr. Johnson, if you want to answer the question, and then we'll let you testify, or whichever order you want to do it in. Go ahead.
I'm here for the bill.
Okay.
But the answer is you're not allowed to, legally, you're not allowed to start printing those tapes until Election Day, when Central Count and the ballot board have reviewed this equipment and started that procedure. Now, it is possible that people are not following the law and printing them, but legally they should be waiting till Election Day. And it's actually a felony offense if you release these numbers.
Correct, and that's the sort of change. They can do it now. There's nothing to prevent it from happening now. We'll have the same penalties on it. So. But there is also another solution to it we can talk about later.
Thank you, Senator. And Mr.
Okay, so Ed Johnson, I'm here in support of the bill. And one of the things that I would think to try to help this, because you have poll watchers that aren't under that federal guidelines. Back when we first started the verifiable paper trail and election equipment was experimenting with it, the first version that came out of it was a cash register receipt. It was a printer that printed printed on a tape, and it was reeled up inside the printer. They actually made some of them where you couldn't see the vote, no one could see the vote, so that they could be audited after the election means. If we had a printer like this, one that you could not see, you could hook it up and you could print the results, but the people printing it could not see it. It was locked and sealed and all those good things. Then you wouldn't have a problem with someone, possibly disclosing the vote. I think we're putting the election judges in a very precarious situation because they now can very easily commit a felon when they have access to this information, which I would hate to see because that's not the spirit of these people doing this. They don't want to do that. But if they mention, hey, Bob, you're winning, they've committed a felony. So by this means, no one would see it, but you would have that printed record there that you could keep with the equipment, keep sealed, And on election day, when you're supposed to start counting this, you could open up to reveal it, because the audit trail is very important. In Harris County, when we were running the elections, we would do that with every election machine. We would have the judge actually print the tape and leave it on the machine so that it stayed with that machine and stayed with that memory card, so you had an audit trail with it. So it'd be good to have this audit trail, but we just need to keep it where people can't see it after it's been printed.
Senator Bettencourt.
And Ms. Johnson, to follow up, okay, so you're basically talking about a printer bolt-on that would be able to print out a count, and then it would be in a locked container. And does that technology exist, or?
That technology exists and has been used for 2 decades now.
All right, for 2 decades. So we'd be looking at then wanting to do a beta site for a couple counties, or would it be, is it such ubiquitous technology that it's available that we could just slap it on?
I would say that I would hope maybe this session y'all could have some kind of test site that you could test this out, to iron out the bugs in it. I know that all the election equipment already is equipped to handle these printers, so
okay.
Yeah, I think you could put it onto them fairly easily.
Sounds like a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator. And thanks for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee. As the bill was originally filed, we are registered on it because of our concerns of voting information leaking. We've communicated with the author and his staff that the following adjustments would make us positive. 1, it is a state jail felony for an early voting election worker or poll watcher to reveal the vote counts for any race on the polls printed on election day. Both the presiding and alternate judges shall sign the bottom of the tally tape. The signed tape shall be placed in a specially marked envelope and sealed with the signatures of both judges across the seal of the envelope. The envelope shall be returned to the county election authority and stored with tape envelopes from all the other early voting locations. And finally, the day after Election Day, the county election authority shall create electronic images of all early voting tapes, and these images are subject to the Texas Public Information Act. With those kinds of changes, many of which are already in the substitute, we could be for the bill.
Thanks, Mr. Fair. Mr. Green, introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony. Welcome back.
My name is Bob Green. I am here testifying on behalf of myself and also the Travis County Election Integrity Committee for Legislation. I think everything that has been said so far is very positive. I was only testifying on the bill for some of the same concerns that have been brought up, particularly the potential for leakage and for proper chain of custody that would ensure that no one would be peeking at the results early on, and then that would permit some people to know exactly how many votes they needed to win. So with that, I agree with the statements that have been made so far. I like the idea of a tape that can't be read, as was suggested there. But with those changes, I would be for the bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And let me just ask, I know this has been a good discussion, but Senator Hall is working on the bill. Mr. Garcia, I know you can't commit to something you haven't seen, but does this discussion sound like it addresses some of your concerns about security and release of results?
It does. I believe from an administrative perspective, as elections administrators, we handle information, and it's our job to ensure it doesn't leak before time. I think our main concern is the way it was, or the way we read it. It sounded like it was going to be done at every polling location throughout the county where we don't have, or we feel we would have a bigger challenge in limiting and ensuring that information wouldn't leak. Something like what I understand is being described would be great. We do it in Tarrant County. We bring the machines back to our office. We put them under the surveillance cameras, live stream 24/7, so everybody can keep an eye on them. And then we print those tapes in that same room. So there are solutions like that where people can ensure that that is being done properly, the equipment's not being tampered with, and the trail exists. And that's what we want as an association, is for counties to be able to work their way into something that helps the auditability, but also protects the integrity of the election and safeguards that data until the proper time.
Thank you. Ms. Sargent, I'll ask you the same questions. You had concerns about security. After the discussion you heard, does that sound like we're moving in a better direction from your standpoint?
As long as no one, including the election officials in the election office, can see it until election night, I'm fine with that. I had a situation where my predecessor, back in 2010, was feeding information to the county judge about what was going on in the election, which he should not have done. I called him up on it because I was the presiding judge of Central Count, and I said, you can't do that. So, you know, it happens. So as long as nobody can see it until election night, that's okay. But if there's a way of looking at it ahead of time, I got a problem with it.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
May I add something to that?
Sure.
For Central Count, as administrators, we also have the possibility, we have a window of time when we can start tabulating, producing results, and then we have a mandate not to disclose them. So it may be the same window where this can be done, right? Because we are already handling something similar for the aggregate results of early voting and absentee ballots. So something to consider there.
Thank you. Any other questions for our witnesses? Senator Hall.
Just one question. And I recognize, I do understand the concern. We have this situation because we have two separate in-person voting processes. We have this thing called early voting, and then we switch over, change the rules completely, and have election day. 21 other states have recognized that there's a much simpler way to do it by marrying the two, by having a single in-person voting period, begins on one day, ends on election day, all using the same rules. Do any of you care to comment on that as an alternative solution to this?
As I said in my testimony, it's a great idea. We should try it. Perhaps we do it as, you know, it's going to take you a while for the Secretary of State's office to pull together all the different pieces of code that have to be changed because of doing that. But it's a great concept, and it gets rid of all this problem. Because if you only have one election period, it's election night that you're opening up all the information and counting it.
Harris County Republican Party ballot security would support that.
As would Travis County.
No, I was just going to say anything's possible. Just make sure you take a deep dive into the implications of it. So I think, for example, in Tarrant County, I could speak for our voters are used to seeing at 700 everything that was voted on early voting. That wouldn't happen because then those votes would have to wait till what is the now timeline of election, right? So people could go on to 9, 10, with 10, 20, 50% of the vote only on the website, and it's not good, it's not bad, it's different, and that would be my only caution to changing the model that drastically makes sure that people understand how different it's going to be. And I'll leave it to the legislature to decide if it's good or bad.
Yes, I mean, I like that model too, but I would say we need to be very cautious like we ended up with countywide voting. We need to have very specific rules on how you're going to ramp up the polling locations, because what this will end up doing is you're going to have actually a larger turnout on election day, because right now we have two ends. We have the end of early voting, which everybody hears about, and then you're going to have election day, which everybody hears about. Now you're combining those in one day, so it's actually probably going to make election day a very larger turnout. So you're going to have rules in there on how are you going to ramp up the number of polling locations and how those are allocated so it's fair and equal to everybody.
It's not just a single day. It's several days.
Yeah, yes, but so early voting, right now we have two ends to election. It gets publicized heavily that last day to early vote, everybody goes out. And I will tell you what, 70% of the people vote on the last 2 days of early voting. Okay. And then you have 50% of the voters that turn out on election day. Well, now the last day of early voting and election day are going to be the same day. So I will tell you the end result is you're going to probably have a 60 to 70% turnout on election day again, because it's the same.
And senators, it's also the issue of in early voting you have less polling places than you do on election day. So how do you do that? Do you somehow we have to? I don't know the answer to that, but at some point we have to consider that.
Just on the good thing is we've got 21 other states that have figured out how to do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, there can't be 21 other states smarter than Texas.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. I was just saying we need to be very careful on how you do that ramp up so it's fair and equal.
Thank you each for your testimony, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continuing testimony on Senate Bill 397, the chair now calls David Carter, Thomas Korkmaz, Marcia Strickler, Dr. Laura Presley, Eric Opiella. Again, we're looking for David Carter, Thomas Korkmaz, Marcia Strickler, Dr. Laura Presley, Eric Opiella.
You don't want to sit by me, Eric?
I can move over.
David. It's a good crowd. Yeah.
They call my name.
Yes, sir.
It's about 30 seconds behind.
All right, welcome. We'll begin over here, again on my left, your right. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Marcia Strickler. I'm with Williamson County Precinct Chair, Delegate, as well as a former election alt judge, and worked in the election department, tech support in the field. So I am for this bill, Senator Hall. Thank you so much for writing this bill. I appreciate Senator Hall, Senator Hughes, Senator Betancourt, all of you that have submitted bills on election integrity. This is a great bill for furthering the protection and protecting citizens' votes. By printing out the tapes at the end of an early voting period, and I love the fact that there might be just one period of voting. I think that's very, very wise for Texas. But by printing out that tape at the end of early voting and requiring the judges to sign it at the polls will help keep the votes protected. However, this bill does not address when or where the poll watchers, which I am one, would actually be allowed to inspect and sign the early vote results tapes as well. I will be there and poll watching this early vote period. And in the past, I'm able to sign those tapes to secure that a poll watcher, along with the judge, has signed those tapes. We take an oath, so does the judges. So we should be under oath to protect that vote. So please consider an addendum to this bill. And I did hear you say in the addendum that there are poll watchers up to 3 in central count. I think it should also be, let us sign that bill at the poll as well. It'll add a layer of added protection to help these tapes be secure. And in Williamson County, the early vote results tapes are printed after the memory sticks are entered into our central count accumulator. We should be printing them before that stick touches any other piece of equipment. Thank you so much.
Hold on just a moment. Hold on. I'm going to ask the witnesses to bear with us while we take a couple of votes. So if you don't mind, just make yourselves comfortable there. We're going to vote on something. It's going to take a few minutes, maybe several minutes, but if you don't mind, just relax there. We're going to take some votes. There are multiple hearings going on, and so when we get enough senators here to vote, we have to vote to move things along. So stay with us. If you want to get up and stretch your legs, you can. Don't leave the gate, though, okay? Don't leave the gate.
Okay.
Did you say something?
Yeah, he hadn't called nobody yet, had he?
They're taking a vote right now. Yeah.
And again, I thank the members of the committee and our witnesses and all those participating for working with us as we try to move through the business of the people. We are going to vote on some pending matters. And so the chair brings up Senate Bill 930. Senate Bill 930, Senator Middleton's bill. There is a committee substitute, and the chair lays out the committee substitute, and Senator Middleton is recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been working with committee members on this, and the bill no longer eliminates per curiam opinions. It just clarifies that the author of the opinion has to be identified, right? So we had some issues that we discussed with some procedural and routine motions and rulings that our Supreme Court conducts, and they felt like that could be impacted by eliminating per curiam. So bill no longer does that. The committee sub just requires the author of the opinion be identified.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author? Very well. Senator Middleton moves we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? The substitute is adopted. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 930 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Use.
There being 8 ayes and no nays, the committee substitute, Senate Bill 30, will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 930 as substituted be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. The chair brings up Senate Joint Resolution 54 as a matter of pending business, SJR 54, and there's a committee substitute, and the chair recognizes the author of the resolution to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Chair. This does the same thing as Senate Bill 930, and it does no longer eliminates per curiam opinions. It just says that the opinion author must be identified. That's
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author of the resolution? Very well. Senator Middleton moves that we adopt the committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 54. Is there objection? The substitute is adopted. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Joint Resolution 54 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Use.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and no nays, the committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 54 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Since that's a joint resolution, I think it has to go to the floor. Is that right? Okay. Very well. The chair brings up Senate Bill 500. This is Senator West Bill 500. There is a committee substitute, and on behalf of the author, I'll explain that. Members, you'll recall this is the bill that has to do with the maximum value of a home that can be auctioned off for charitable purposes. The substitute will set that number at $500,000. That's all the substitute does. It's consistent with the discussions we had. Are there any questions about the substitute? In that case, the chair moves adoption of the substitute. Is there objection? Substitute's now before us. Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute Senate Bill 500 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Use.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and no nays, the committee substitute Senate Bill 500 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. And Senator Middleton moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 500 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. Senators, continuing with pending business, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 12. Senate Bill 12, this is my bill, has to do with sexually oriented performances on public property. Senate Bill 12, there is a committee substitute. The chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Betancourt moves that we adopt. And so Senate Bill 12 is a matter of pending business. We're going to leave it pending at this time until I hand the gavel over to the vice chair. But while I'm here, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1092. Senate Bill 1092 by Senator Parker. And Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 1092 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. 16. There being 6 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1092 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1909, Senator Betancourt's bill about temporary restraining orders under the Election Code. The chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Betancourt moves that we adopt the substitute. That's what I thought, yeah. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 1909, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1909 as substituted will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Betancourt moves that the substitute to Senate Bill 1909 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1910 by Senator Betancourt regarding election records under the Public Information Act. Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 1910 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 6 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1910 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 20 by Senator Huffman regarding criminal offenses by district attorneys, criminal district attorneys, and county attorneys. There is a substitute. The chair sends up the committee substitute, and Senator Middleton moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is before us. Senator Middleton moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 20, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 6 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute, Senate Bill 20, will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 21 by Senator Huffman. Again, regarding judges, there is a committee substitute. The chair sends up the substitute, and Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? It is adopted. Senator Parker moves that committee substitute, Senate Bill 21, be reported favorably to the full Senate. This is SB 21, as substituted, with the recommendation to do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 6 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute, Senate Bill 21, will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 23. Senate Bill 23. There is a committee substitute, Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt moves that we adopt the committee substitute, Senate Bill 23. Is there objection? Seeing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 23, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Shortner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and 1 nay, committee substitute Senate Bill 23 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1575 by Senator Middleton regarding the authority of a State Board of Education member to request an AG opinion. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 1575 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Shortner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 6 ayes and 2 nays, the Senate Bill 1575 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1649 by Senator Parker, and the chair sends up the committee substitute. Senator Parker moves that we adopt the committee substitute. Is there any objection to the adoption of the substitute? Seeing none, it is adopted. 1649 relating to trusts. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 1649 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Shortner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1649 as substituted will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Betancourt moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1649 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered.
The chair brings up as a matter of pending business committee substitute to Senate Bill 12. Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 12 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Shortner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
The votes being 6 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 12 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. The chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 2087. Senator Hughes moves that we report Senate Bill 2087 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, nay.
LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Shortner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Did you vote aye for your bill? Okay. The votes being 7 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 2087 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. The chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1601. Senator Hughes moves that we report Senate Bill 1601 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Yes.
The votes being 6 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1601 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. The chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1373. Senator Hughes moves that we report Senate Bill 1373 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
The votes being 8 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1373 will be certified and recommended for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Any objections? Hearing none. Chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1269. There is a committee substitute. The bill's author, Senator Hughes, is recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this committee substitute is a result of meetings with stakeholders who had concerns regarding applying Chapter 38 of the Code of Criminal Procedure to these proceedings. And so the substitute removes that section and adds in a requirement that CPS hand over all evidence, even exculpatory evidence, 7 days prior to the adversary hearing. This is obviously important to make sure that parents have proper notice of all information that might be used against them. So this represents a refinement of the bill, and that's what the substitute does. And I'll yield for your questions.
Members, are there any questions for Senator Hughes? Seeing none. Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the committee substitute. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1296 favorably to the whole Senate with recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll. Okay, thank you. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1269 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Yes.
The votes being 7 ayes and 1 nay, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1269 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. The chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1927. There is a committee substitute, and the bill's author, Senator Hughes, is recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you may recall Senate Bill 1927, we heard last time, expanding the jurisdiction of the Office of the State Prosecuting Attorney. Since we're giving him more responsibility, they'll need some help, which will require hiring some people. And so the committee substitute simply inserts the fiscal responsibility amendment that says this bill takes effect if it's funded in the appropriations bill. That's what the substitute does.
Members, are there any questions of the author? Seeing none, Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1927 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
The votes being 6 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1927 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the witnesses for their forbearance while we went through that. We will now, we were previously hearing testimony on Senate Bill 397. It is still before us to make clear, Senate Bill 397. Mr. Carter, you're recognized. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. David Carter, Temple, Texas, speaking in favor of this bill. And I have observed the previous commentaries. There was some confusion, I think, about the tapes. I'm an election judge on election day. I've never worked early voting, but I'm familiar with early voting, the tapes. And there's a controversy about when those tapes are printed. But as far as polling place, whether it's early voting or the election day, when I print those tapes, this big long string of thing, you fold them up and we have the signatures. The tape is not handled by a lot of people, but those who want to sign may sign. And the addition of a sealed envelope would be a new thing. I've never been given an envelope to put these tapes into. I put them into a plain unsealed envelope and turn them in at the county voting. So I don't think the issue is so much about when they're printed, about being early in the day while the voting is still going on. I don't think that's an issue. It may be a possibility technically, but that's not the way it's done. Now, the obvious best solution would be to have a single voting period from the start of early voting until the end of election day. That's the preferred method. I'm not sure how that can be worked into this bill or some other bill, but that's the preferred solution. So you don't have the issue of printing early voting tapes. You're going to just have the tape printed at the end of the election day. So that to me, that's my contribution as a judge. As far as the exposure of the results, that's all covered by oath. And I don't know that, I can't remember what the oath of the watchers take, but in the statute, you can make it clear that you're not supposed to disclose the results of the thing. Should we continue to have an ending of the early voting period on Friday night? So just make it clear that it's against the law to reveal the things and let there be a good penalty. I don't think it's a real issue that should stop this.
Thanks for your testimony. Dr. Presley, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senators, I'm Dr. Laura Presley of True Texas Elections, and I am speaking on behalf of True Texas Elections. I've trained over 600 election watchers across the state of Texas, and I believe that this bill is probably the most bill out of this whole legislature, and the reason is it memorializes the majority of the vote. 60 to 70% of people vote early. This memorializes that. We have to print the tapes as soon as possible. They have to be printed from the same machine that they came from. You go introduce the memory stick that has the votes on it into a different machine or a different computer that has a printer or whatever. You need to print it from the exact same machine. But we have to address, and the bill and the substitute does not address when the watchers can view the tapes. We've recommended an amendment that the watchers are entitled to see the results tapes for early vote that are printed at central count when the polls close election day. Open records is not going to work. We have candidates that if they try to get these open records tapes later after the fact, counties will delay and not get them the results. Candidates have to make decisions for recounts and for contest based on the data on those tapes, and the watchers should have access election day night. That is a must. And I'm here for questions, but this is, I believe, the most important bill It memorializes the majority of the vote, and we don't have it right now. Like Ms. Watson said today, the early vote tapes are printed in my county in Williamson after they've already touched another computer. That's unacceptable. Okay, bless y'all, and thank you for this. Please consider amending it to when exactly the watchers can see it, the tapes at Central Count.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Larry Korkmaz. Thank you for this bill, and also thank you for the attention I see you giving this. I'm one of the few people who has actually been there when all this is going on, because I have been the Central Count judge in Bell County. I want you to know that there are ways to do this if you want to do it, but this is very important that you use the same type of security that the United States military uses, the same type that I used when I was in nuclear weapons back in the 1960s. If you would take these sticks out, they need to be watched completely. This needs to be done in so much transparency that everyone can see it, including poll watchers and including candidates. Because if you don't, then there will be no trust in this election or in this process. So if you're going to do this, you can do that. The Secretary of State's office actually sells envelopes that you can use for security, and you can put the memory sticks in those after you've run the tapes. But you do need to run the tapes on the same machine. The tapes on the same machine which that produce the memory stick. That is most important. And because if you don't, then you're contaminating that memory stick by putting it into another machine. This shouldn't, if anybody has any questions, please stop me and ask me. But the fact of the matter is, we lose chain of custody on this if we don't do these things, if we don't operate just like the military. When I first went in to do this, I went in cold, ignorant, and I had to ask a lot of questions from other people. I got the best ideas. But I can tell you this much. Having a safe, which was one of the first things I asked the county judges to give me, and we can continue this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Opiella, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Eric Opiella, board certified legislative and campaign lawyer, testifying on behalf of myself on Senate Bill 397. I'll be brief, as I know our time is short. I conceptually agree totally with Senator Hall's goal in introducing this legislation. We do need a paper trail of early voting results verified by election judges at each early voting location that can be referred back to in the event of loss of electronic media, which unfortunately happens all too often in elections. As a former county chair back in 2006, so this has been going on for a while, I have experienced a loss of data on transportable media due to a battery failure which forced the use of backup material to recreate returns in a primary election. And as recently as 2020, Harris County experienced widespread loss of votes on the judges' ballot controllers due to implementing the method of curbside voting not authorized under the election code and the use of e-slate voting devices in a method that was not designed by the manufacturer. When each early voting location results were returned to Central Count, each device's backup media had to be read in to recreate election results through a long, laborious process, which might have been mitigated through the generation of paper results tapes at each location with each machine. I've represented 2 presidential campaigns in recount preparation and conduct in the state of Wisconsin, which has in prior cycles implemented paper tapes that record the vote inside of each voting device as a backup for use in recounts. It is correct that this process may not be possible on some current equipment that is used by some of our larger counties in early voting. However, the technology does exist to make this bill possible, and modern voting equipment can support its implementation. I do, however, want to raise concerns about other provisions of the election code which this bill does not modify but needs to in order to prevent fraud and influence over the election result, which will undoubtedly occur as a result of its passage. Section 33056 of the Election Code, as was mentioned earlier, allows poll watchers to observe any activity occurring at a polling place. And that would include the preparation of those tapes. Section 61007 of the
And
election
so
code.
we're going to do this. And
Can you
this
ask
is-
me a question about that?
No, this is very important. And Mr. Corkmas, you also had some suggestions. Because of the hour, we're going to have to recess because the Senate is coming in at 2 o'clock and these tables have to be removed. I apologize. Well, we'll see. For those of you that have specific recommendations like that, please share them with Senator Hall.
Absolutely.
Share them with me. Your testimony is important to us. If you want to come back and after the Senate adjourns or recesses for the day, we'd be happy to hear from you again. But make sure and give us your suggestions in writing, okay?
I'll work with the author on that. I have another obligation after.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Horkmas, we want to hear your suggestions as well. Obviously, Dr. Presley, Colonel, Ms. Strickler, thank you each for being here. We're going to excuse you at this time, but we want to hear from you. And so at this time, the Senate Committee on State Affairs will stand in recess. It is our intent to come back in here 30 minutes upon adjournment or recess of the Senate today. Good afternoon.